The Loser by Isaac7525. Chapter 101 to 120. Immediately heading back downstairs, Shinso darted into the room from where the sounds came from, trying his hardest to appear shocked whilst having previous knowledge. He caught sight of the floorboards, ripped up from under, reveling a grisly sight. He caught sight of a half-withered body lying in a mass of dirt. Half of the person's face had been weathered away, revealing skeletal structures underneath. The decayed skin trailed down their chest, allowing everyone to get a view of their upper rib cage. The skull's mouth was open in a silent scream, as if they had been making such a sound before being murdered and buried. Dear mother! Humphrey knelt down, closely inspecting the disturbing sight. For the most part, everyone in the room held their breath, as the smell of rotten flesh and maggot-worn wood might send anyone into shock. Everyone watched in silence as Humphrey put on a pair of gloves, and began slowly scouring the corpse's clothing. Though the fabric was torn and stained, Humphrey's observant demeanor didn't fail to shine through as he cleverly maneuvered through hidden pockets and potential dangers. Why do you need to look through the corpse? Shinso asked, taking a slow step back. The corpse was a gut-wrenching sight for sure, but what he had read regarding Catherine's daughter couldn't help but tear at his very being. After all, she had to sacrifice her daughter to demons for the sake of personal survival. Humphrey momentarily ceased his ministrations, looking up at Shinso with a curious expression. Our wonderful Ulysses Steiner always said the best way to discover something is to look past what the eyes can perceive. He said that secrets are meaningless in the face of a human, as nothing can truly surpass divine intervention. At this moment, Humphrey reached behind the notched lapel of the corpse's suit and pulled out a small piece of paper, wrinkled and stained with age and substances. Everyone watched without saying a word as Humphrey unfolded the paper, scanning its contents with narrowed eyes. Wait, this is Orson Malvev, that wealthy entrepreneur whose case the pollinators never finished. At this moment, Shinso recalled something from a few days ago, something Catherine had told him. The original owner of this house, someone who loved to mingle with those 2 times younger than himself, is buried underneath the floorboards. I heard he was a pedophile, Shinso chirped up, straightening his posture in an attempt to appear formal. Humphrey turned his head, gazing at Shinso as his eyes widened. How do you know that? Shinso suddenly froze, his face paling slightly as he shuffled his hands behind him. He cleared his throat before letting out a shaky sigh. It's just a rumor that circulated around, nothing that special. Humphrey abruptly stood up, slowly walking over to Shinso, his brows furrowing only a millimeter. From what I know, Orson's public figure faded well over 10 years ago. And from what I see in you, you only began to develop any thoughts in your head while all of this was happening. He leaned in closer, his breath gracing Shinso's ears. Did your parents tell you that rumor or something? Or were you wondering where you shouldn't be in our underground operations? Shinso's entire body stiffened for a moment, his stomach plummeting to his feet. He clenched his fists at his sides, swallowing the torrent of non-existent spit accumulating in his throat. Humphrey's gaze bore into his, threatening to burn him to a crisp. Suddenly, a wave of numbing cold engulfed the room, causing everyone to shiver. The shadows in the corner of the room crept up the walls, growing pairs of illusory, crimson eyes. Within the darkness, mouths, filled with sharpened, dagger-like teeth, opened, whispering and cackling with an illusory, grailing tone that shook the entire building. Godamnit! Humphrey turned around, taking out his gun from a hidden compartment in his outfit. The blood moon's early this year. You seriously expected me to put up a good fight like this? Ayumi ducked under a table, barely dodging a wraith that swooped down, opening its mouth large enough to swallow her entire body. Raymond moved through the bar with the agility and precision of a prowling tiger, conjuring mystical abilities and beams of dark energy that chilled the air to an unbearable extent. Even whilst under the control of the ghouls and demons, the people in the bar couldn't help but shiver. He looked back at Ayumi, smirking. Aren't you on the saint pathway? That's the perfect counter to demons and monsters. He kicked a demon in the face, and a small coil of dark energy protruded from his palm, pulling the demon into the hole in the center of his hand. A few moments later, the hole pulsed and rippled, spitting out the hollowed, dried-up remains of a demon. Raymond's eyes lit up with a fiery purple energy as he laughed, a bitter, layered sound that gritted the walls and floors of the bar. At this moment, he turned his head and gazed down at an object sticking out of Ayumi's pocket, the flower-painted disc. "You have a pathway fragment, use it," Raymond called out. "Huh." Ayumi took out the item, holding it up to the lights. "I know what it is, but I don't know how the hell to use it." Raymond waved his hand, fending off a few more demonic creatures before jumping off the bar, approaching Ayumi who was nestled under the table. "Pathway fragments are tools for order advancement, but they're also abilities in a jar," Raymond explained, taking the flower disc. "What does that mean?" The black-haired girl watched as Raymond held the object to an oncoming ghoul. The boy's lips curled up as he tapped the flower disc, causing it to emit a radiant, burning light. The light didn't scorch or harm any physical objects around it, but every demon in a 1-foot diameter let out a high-pitched, demonic shrill as they were all burnt to a crisp. Anything the light touches is holy, able to purify and exterminate evil spirits. Raymond turned back to Ayumi, smirking. "Wow." Ayumi's eyes widened as she took back the object from Raymond, her lips twitching into a smile. "You asked for a dance, then a dance you shall have." Wasting no more time, Ayumi leapt out from under the table, tapping the flower disc again. Instead of instantly disintegrating any nearby enemies, it shook and trembled violently in her palm, letting out a high-pitched ringing noise. "What's it doing?" Ayumi turned back to Raymond, her voice also vibrating from the force of the artifact. "It's your spirituality, Ayumi. You haven't honed your abilities yet," Raymond shouted, turning a demon to nothingness with the wave of his hands. "Easy for you to say, you're out here killing those things left and right." Ayumi turned around, dodging another demon that flew directly in her direction. The door leading into the bar suddenly opened, and Mr. Ryujin burst in, gazing directly at Ayumi. "Get out of here, it's too dangerous for you. Let Raymond handle it." Ayumi's body stiffened, but she managed to look back at Raymond one last time. The boy was smiling ear to ear across the tables, narrowly avoiding the men, women, and children that laughed and got themselves drunk. He seemed to be enjoying himself more than fighting. "I can't leave him like this, he needs my help." Ayumi called back to Mr. Ryujin, a wave of reluctant defiance crashing over herself. "You're gonna get yourself killed. I don't wanna lose a friend of mine to some demons." Mr. Ryujin ran forward, grabbing the end of her sleeve, tugging the girl towards the door. "He seems capable of doing this himself, we gotta leave and find someplace to hide." "No, goddammit." Ayumi suddenly twisted her body, quickly wringing loose of Mr. Ryujin's grip. She ran back into the restaurant, clenching the flower disc close to her chest. Her hands moved to her dress, and with a sharp tug, she tore off a small amount of fabric. With nimble hands, she tied it around her head, lowering it over her eyes. "You said that Kachini's meditative training was to help me balance my spirituality, right? In order to see the battle, you must do more listening than seeing." "That's not." Mr. Ryujin paused mid-sentence, watching in silence as Ayumi moved forward. Raymond looked back at Ayumi, his gaze swiftly switching to one more discerning. He observed Ayumi and the blindfold over her eyes, standing in the center of the bar as ghouls flew at her. He couldn't help but smile as he watched this happen. "Grab that broom, see if injecting the characteristics and powers of the flower disc help balance the spirituality." Hearing his words, Ayumi smirked as she extended her hand, feeling for the wooden broom she saw leaning against the counter. Every few seconds, she had to duck and weave to dodge an oncoming demon that threatened to tear her apart or consume her. A wave of relief coursed through her as she felt the cylindrical handle of the broom, holding it tightly in her grip. Her hands tightened around the flower disc, and with a mighty thrust, she surged the object into the broom. The wooden handle of the broom crackled and exploded with mystical energy, illusory, sun-filled cracks slithering down the wooden handle, just above the bristles. From behind the blindfold, the darkness from the proximity of the fabric lit up, giving way to a surreal scene. The all-blackness shafted in gradients, heightening to more of a grayish hue. Within the gray, a countless number of spirits and ghouls flew around, cackling and laughing as they barraged Raymond, who fended them off with the precision of an ornate fencing champion rather than an brutalist fighter. She ran forward, swinging the broom right into the head of an oncoming demon. The impact sent her forward a little bit, catching her off balance. The moment the two forces made contact, the spirit let out a high-pitched shrill as its body disintegrated into nothing but ashes. The ashes ascended into the air, circling around the handle of the broom before sifting within the illusory, sun-colored cracks of light. Why not give your siblings a few of those pathway fragments? Whatever pathway you're on seems especially powerful. Hearing her words, Raymond momentarily stumbled, almost falling off a table. Every blood moon I sent them into their rooms to hide, not fight. You saw what the Trimbris was capable of. A what? Ayumi swung her broom again, disintegrating another demonic entity. Right, you weren't there. Raymond's face flushed a little, but he never wavered in his assault of the demonic creatures. Outside, Mr. Ryujin watched the scene within the bar, observing Ayumi and Raymond attack seemingly nothing. At this moment, a low growling sound was heard down the road. His head snapped to the left, and he caught sight of a countless amount of people sluggishly walking down the road, their mouths open, and drooling feverishly. Didn't that pissed guy say the blood moon wouldn't happen for a while? I asked, observing the illusory sphere of energy floating in the palm of the umbrage. Within the sphere, I saw the chaos happening around Seraphis Kingdom. While people sat in bars, engaging in drunkenness and laughing heartily about their sins, demons and ghouls latched to their bodies, tearing away at their souls and sucking their life energy. For some unknown reason, it's earlier than usual, a lot earlier. At this moment, I recalled what the umbrage had told me regarding Oscar and the wraith inside him. Without saying anything further, I stood up from my obsidian seat and transported myself down to the physical plane. The moment I did so, my body habitually flinched when I caught sight of everyone standing in my room, even Oscar. Ruth and Daisy watched as my form grew more physical, the illusory crimson energy gradually dissipating as my body regressed to a state of semi-normalness. You can grow wacky horns, and you can glow and stuff. Ruth's jaw was slacked as she observed me. I didn't take any time to acknowledge her words, immediately turning to Damien. The boy was clutching the hem of Daisy's shirt, his bottom lip trembling. His entire face was pale, and his lips were bordering on azure blue. Judging by the way his body was shivering profusely, he was most likely left in the cold for a while. Are you okay? I immediately stood up, approaching Damien and kneeling in front of him. The white-haired boy, who was usually defiant and snarky, shook his head as a small amount of moisture accumulated in the corners of his wide, matching white eyes. Why did you? Before he could finish his question, Oscar fell to the floor in a fit of coughing, clutching his lower abdomen as if suppressing the urge to vomit all his organs out around him. His eyes bulged uncontrollably, bordering on an extent where anyone would claim they'd pop out. His coughs emanated spasmodically, strained, and tight from his throat. At this moment, his bulging eyes rolled back in his head, and his mouth split in a silent scream, opened to an inhuman extent. The wraith I had seen before flew out, cackling and squealing like a kid left loose in a candy store. The illusory creature, composed of dark, fibrous energy, immediately looked towards me. Strangely, everyone in the room was hyperfixated on Oscar's form on the floor, paying no heed to the anomaly flying around the room. Just then, it hit me, they can't see the wraith because they don't possess supernatural abilities. Taking note of this, could I perform any actions without them taking me as delusional or mentally ill? The wraith cackled as it flew in my direction, ready to consume anything along the way. I leapt back, almost tripping on one of Damien's toys and falling onto my ass. The hell are you doing? I heard Ruth call out, turning away from Oscar's form on the floor. We got a sick friend here. I suddenly broke out into a cold sweat, some habitual instinct clawing at my throat. I didn't know whether I should tell them about the creature in the room or blame my movements on delusion. Before I could make an answer, everyone else in the room, except for Damien, fell to the floor and curled into balls. I watched, my stomach dropping to my toes as their spinal cords protruded from their skin in a bloodless process, erecting towards the ceiling. Their eyes sunk into their heads, and sheets of skin covered the gaping holes. The teeth in their mouths sharpened almost to the extent of daggers, and their dirty, untrimmed fingernails also grew and sharpened, flickering in the dim lighting of the lanterns. Seeing this, Damien's body froze in horror, but he only managed to react moments later, darting to the other end of the room and hiding under his bed. I could hear his wooden bed frame trembling just like his body was, and it made my heart ache. I wanted to comfort the boy, but I had more important things to deal with. With an inhuman shriek, the three creatures darted out of the room, running on all fours down the halls of the medical facility. Before long, I could hear the screaming and panic echoing down the hallways, followed by an abrupt silence. Before I could even think of investigating, a surge of pain flooded my body as I fell to the floor. I took notice of my skin rippling and liquefying, my muscles contorting and writhing like a cluster of bugs. Another shot of pain coursed through my body, adjacent to a spear being driven into the most sensitive nerves of my back just by my spine. I sank my head into the floor as tears sprinkled the corners of my eyes, threatening to spring through. The pain in my back worsened, followed by something I could only describe as more weird than painful. The bones in my back began to shift beneath my skin, as if parting to give way to something. I let out a sharp gasp as I felt two objects protrude out of my back, semi-transparent, flapping habitually, wings. Before I could register this change, another bout of excruciating sensation focused near my ribs and sides. The flesh and bones parted again in 4 different areas, giving way to something else. From these holes in my slides, insectoid limbs protruded out, spiny and clawed on the edges, but lacking hands or any human traits. My forehead burned, but it wasn't the apocalypse sigil. A cluster of spots on my forehead erupted with pain. At this moment, my vision fragmented with a sharp blink, and I could see countless angles of the room from this single position. I could see behind me, beside me, and under me. This sharp, surreal perspective sent an overwhelming surge of nausea through my body, making me stumble backwards and close all 6 of my eyes. It didn't take a genius to guess that the effects of the demon maggot disease were finally surfacing. Though it took a little effort, I finally opened my eyes and looked towards the door, and the ceiling, and floor beneath my feet. My other arms habitually extended, and the semi-transparent, goo-covered wings on my back flapped wildly, spilling the viscous liquid everywhere, even on my gray tunic. After recalling the reason I had to leave to begin with, I immediately darted towards the door, only to slam headfirst into the wall. Damn it, how do bugs do this so precisely? The fangs in my mouth clicked together in annoyance as I slowly stood back up, one of my additional arms finding respite against the wall, helping me to my feet. After regaining my equilibrium, I pressed my body against the walls and narrowly shuffled out the door, still pressing my body against the wall as I made my way down the halls. My eyes widened the moment I caught sight of the carnage staining the walls and floors. I saw a small amount of patients splayed across the floor, their chests torn open to reveal the flesh and blood underneath. Their rib cages had been split apart, allowing the creatures, which were previously my allies, to pry into them and consume their bodily organs. Even amidst the stomach-churning sight, I clenched my eyes tightly and made my way down the corridors, trying my hardest to control all of my muscles and ensure none of my eyes would instinctively open, causing me to faint upon seeing the grisly sight. The air around me smelt of flesh and blood, the metallic stench stinging my nose. This sensation was even more painful than regularly, for every hair on my body seemed to be ultra-receptive to this. Is this some weird trait predominantly owned by bugs, some ability to smell and hear through the hairs on their skin? I didn't have the time to ask myself these questions, as my body fell backwards, greeting a flight of stairs that descended below. My body tumbled backwards into the darkness, tumbling down the flight of stairs. My countless arms tried to grab onto something for respite, but to no avail. A sharp, needle-like pain coursed through my head the moment it hit the stone floor. My ears, the hairs on my skin, and my nose all buzzed, feeling like static. My head lolled to the side as I attempted to regain my sense of distance and perception, my entire body knocked ajar from the collision. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, a sound from within it roused me to my feet. Muffled, yet chaotic. It sounded exactly like the screams let out by those creatures after they transformed. Accompanied by this, I heard the sounds of tearing, metallic clinking, and some sort of frame straining and yelling under weights. The blackness of the room gradually shifted to something resembling gray, much like the night vision I had activated when those horns of mine were active. The space around me was narrow, with a single door at the end of the chamber. With slow, feeble steps, and a trembling body, I approached the door and opened it. I was greeted by a room, dimly lit by a single lantern, one that lacked windows or any way for natural light to filter in. Lining the walls were numerous medical beds, equipped with leather straps and restraints. Lying on the beds were the 3 creatures, Ruth, Daisy, and Oscar, all shrieking and writhing in their inhuman forms. "I must say, you look different, Isaac." A voice sounded from the corner, cold and cynical, yet familiar. My head snapped to the left, immediately catching sight of a singular amber eye in the darkness. This figure suddenly stood up, stepping out into the dim light. Isaiah Walls, clad in medical attire and a black mask, towered over me. Beyond the door behind me, guttural, inhuman laughing stung the air, courtesy of the wraith I failed to defeat before transforming. Any noise aside from the wraith was simply the flickering of the lanterns and hushed, panicked voices, all assessing the situation regarding the mangled corpses with their chests torn open. The two appendages protruding from my ribs habitually twitched, clenching and curling into what appeared to be fists, or something of that sort. Isaiah seemed to take note of this, as I could see his lips twitch up a little through his mask, which only covered half of his face. "I don't know if that's God's or the devil's work," Isaiah sneered, crossing his arms over his chest. I remained silent, resisting the urge to speak. Instead, my momentary focus drifted to the writhing creatures strapped to medical beds. Their mouths were hung open, revealing their rows of razor-sharp teeth. Forked tongues darted from their mouths, swinging violently in the air in an attempt to find some respite, something to hold onto or help them escape their predicament. "What do you want with them?" My voice came out a low, trembling whisper. Isaiah removed his black iron mask and took a few steps towards the medical beds before reaching above him and turning on the overhead lantern with the simple twist of a knob. Now that the room appeared more visible, cabinets, counters, and medical supplies came into view, shoved into medical containers and sterile, rusted metal containers. The cabinets were made of wood that had long rotted, a telltale sign of the moisture hanging in the air like a lingering phantom, an inscrutable sign of death, a small story of actions that had been performed here without any form of consent or ethical consideration. Lining the walls were black and white photographs snapped in a grainy quality, showcasing the same medical beds my allies were strapped to. Most of the photos were composed of people strapped down, their arms and legs restrained with leather straps tied around the armrails. A strange device had been coiled around their brow, forcing their heads against the pillows in an unconventional manner. Some of them were smiling, others bore deadpan faces that didn't seem to contain an ounce of geniality, any trace that they had any semblance of emotion. What all the photos had in common were the items sitting on the bedside tables, small leather cases. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Isaiah's cynical voice drifted in, a low whisper that dissipated alongside the dim lighting. I continued to bore into the photos, my eyes gradually widening as more and more secrets slowly came to surface. Below these photographs were pieces of paper bolted into the wall with rusty nails. The handwriting was barely legible, convoluted scribbles, to say the least. My body moved on its own, curiosity taking me in like a chain. When I came into proper proximity with one of these macabre memoirs, I silently began to read its contents. "The arms of God embrace me like a benevolent serpent, one that bears no harm. Scalpel has taught me salvation, the only way for a demon to ascend Mount Purgatory. Now, I live sinlessly, as God has given me His treatment, His way of life, His key to eternal peace and clarity." A reflection by Sanson Cecile. More footsteps reverberated behind me as Isaiah walked closer, placing one of his cold, clammy hands on my shoulder. "You read a divine revelation, the work of an architect on his perfect pieces." My blood ran cold as I turned around, my fists clenching at my sides. The numerous other limbs on my body seemed to react on their own, resting at my side without my knowledge. "What are you talking about? What the hell did you do to them?" Isaiah's singular amber eye shimmered dimly in the light, his dried, brittle lips still contorted in a smile. His hands reached into his pocket, taking out a small metallic object, a syringe. The barrel of the syringe was filled with a bluish-purple liquid that seemed to glow. He held the object out, as if prompting me to take it. I gave them divine judgment, I cleansed them of their sins and had them run amok, run anew. My hands twitched as a strange inclination to grab the syringe coursed through my body, a small, aching pressure that tantalized my senses. As if sensing the conflict within me, Isaiah smiled even more. "I'm not forcing you, just giving you the opportunity some would die for." His words hung in the air a little longer than they should have, sifting into my ears like sand. My gaze drifted from the syringe in his palm to Isaiah's twitching features, a pang of reluctance crossing my face. "What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing my question, Isaiah's smile dropped, the wrinkles on his face becoming more prominent. He took a step back, towards the beds where the eyeless creatures lay restrained. Their movements gradually grew sluggish and lethargic, as if the man's mere presence was a miasma of drowsiness. He raised the syringe, positioning the needle right above the creature's inhuman nose, an inhuman lump of flesh in the middle of its face. This individual doesn't possess eyes until it regresses to its regular form, a mere human. Though, if the surgical operation is of necessity, the drug can be inserted through the navel cavity, maybe even the mouth. How do you know they turn back into humans? I asked. Isaiah looked back at me, his gaze continually assessing and clinical. They have semi-human anatomy, and they have the same primal instincts as one. He pointed towards one of them, which was still writhing and groaning in an effort to escape its bounds. The mutant-like creature continued to let out low growls and howls, as if in pain. Humans are creatures of instinct, even when the surrounding world and technological advancements make them soft. There's no way to escape who you are, a puppet of fate, a lackey of our Lord and Savior. Isaiah's focus drifted to the viscous liquid within the syringe, rotating and twisting the object in his grip, silently observing the bluish-purple substance slosh around as if he were a scientist of some sort. His lips parted again, and his voice now possessed a more cynical, deformative edge. Humans are as brilliant as they are foolish. They'd blindly submit to anyone who claims to be their savior, anyone who writes the best speech and enacts the best laws. He turned his head towards a cabinet on the far end of the room, walking over to it and opening it, revealing the contents inside. Lining the interior of the cabinets were countless candles, all possessing ice-white wax and blue casing. Their labors, their fruitfulness to a cause of blind obedience, promised freedom that's only a dream away, a way to prove they're rational enough to work, only to realize their efforts had been meticulously arranged by the right hand of God himself. Isaiah grabbed one of the candles, placing it on the dirty countertop littered with medical equipment. I'd call Night Vanilla the essence of the Lord, the bridge between rationality, callousness, and something bigger, grander, more transcendent than what the finest, wisest scholars of history dare to debunk and ridicule. His single amber eye flickered again as he turned back to me, an inhuman, visceral smile now plastered on his face. He reached his left hand into his medical coat, before taking out what appeared to be a metal object, a card. He held it up to the dim lighting, allowing its metallic surface to shimmer in a way adjacent to his singular eye. When you're God's favorite, he can't help but give you useful tools along the way, Isaiah continued, tapping the surface of the card. At this moment, complex, intricate patterns surfaced on the card, contorting and writhing to form a myriad of images, collective identities, and visages. I held my breath through the entire process, my inhuman appendages bracing for what was to come. A familiar face suddenly appeared, mottled and somewhat blurry, Ayumi. Her face was calm, almost lifeless within the card. Below her expression was her full name in illusory, crimson lettering. My eyes widened as I stepped back, pressing my back against the surface of the counter, feeling the chipped, rotten wood biting through my tunic. "What did you do to her?" I asked, gritting my teeth. The apocalypse sigil on my forehead suddenly ignited with a fiery, crimson coloring coursing through my forehead. The bug-like limbs on either end of my torso raised like hands, habitually assuming a defensive position. The numerous eyes on my forehead opened, supplying me with a swarm of angles and views of my surroundings. My teeth sharpened to dagger-like fangs, and I couldn't help but let out a small hissing sound, almost like that of a cat. Even as these transformations surged through my body, Isaiah remained silent in his spot, watching the entire ordeal with a passive, eerily indifferent gaze. Nothing yet, but I planned to invite her to a banquet of sorts, one where I'd open her eyes, sprinkle a revelation here and there. One of my arms extended, pointing to the writhing creatures that were my friends, lying defenseless on the medical beds. "You plan to do to her whatever you'll do to them, aren't you?" Instead of immediately replying, Isaiah sighed softly and approached one of the medical beds, his wrinkled, aged hands finding grip on the handrail. His one working eye drifted down to the helpless creature. They're helpless, the work of and corruption of the demons and devils that lurk where eyes can't see and ears don't pry. Every night, they turn into abominations, every morning, they grieve at the chaos they wrecked. This cycle is degrading, a reminder that evil is everywhere if you don't embrace the higher truth. Isaiah's hands gripped tighter and trembled, knuckles clenching white. Maybe if we wait long enough, they'll have the semblance to answer my question. I watched Isaiah, my mutated body continually acting and shifting, resisting the primal urge to lash out and attack him. The man's indifferent expression drooped, his singular eye shimmering with an inscrutable emotion that I couldn't see in the dim lighting. His trembling hands came to rest, returning to his sides. He then looked back up at me. I know what you feel for them. You know them, you've eaten with them, but you've also been mocked and beaten by them. You've been laughed at for the inability to take a shot, for not living hard enough. You have demons within you, demons that surface every so often and cause you harm. They laugh and exploit your weakness, costing you what you hold dear to yourself. Isaiah's voice dropped to a whisper, and his eyes seemed to soften just a little. He took another step forward, as a small, almost fatherly smile crossed his aged features. The light above him flickered in small, unpredictable intervals, and a gentle yet cold breeze coursed through the room. Behind the closed door, the laughing of the wraith had now disappeared, replaced by the hurried, frantic noises of nurses barking orders and collecting the only evidence of the carnage outside. You think overcoming grief and trauma is a simple, single-day process, but it spans months, years, maybe even decades. Isaiah's hand suddenly found its way to my shoulder, gently squeezing the bone beneath. He continued to smile gently, and he cocked his head slightly. Your friends may not understand you, they ignore your trauma, but I understand what lies in those desolate corners. I'm one of few that fathom the unfathomable. Isaiah leaned in even closer, his breath icy yet warm against my ears. I'm your ally, not an enemy. The words slowly spilled from his lips, seeping into my ears. At this moment, my entire body seemed to grow warm, not in a way that indicated heavy arousal, but in an almost euphoric, dazed sense. The dim lights of the room slowly grew hazier, brightening and stinging my eyes. Illusory colors and symbols began to manifest in the crooks of Isaiah's fingertips, transforming into ethereal strings. The strings extended outwards, slowly finding their way to my arms and legs, wrapping around my limbs in a gentle, almost parental grip. With a gentle tug, Isaiah pulled me forward, sending me onto my knees. The heat in my body continued to spread, slowly engulfing my entire world. Isaiah grabbed the metallic card from the counter, setting the object on my forehead. The apocalypse sigil, previously burning with fervor, extinguished in an instant. The illusory, crimson and black energy seeped from the symbol, gravitating towards the surface of the metal card. I watched my back arching slightly as a face began to form on the card, manifesting and painting my picture bit by bit. Soon enough, my clear visage took shape on the surface of the card, alongside my full name. I'm your friend, someone who wants to help you along the way. Isaiah's voice whispered as his other hand found the crook of my neck, running one of his fingers along the sensitive nerves, spidering down my back and finding my tailbone. I'm the gateway to eternal peace and happiness, no one can come close to this rapture. Isaiah suddenly reached up, positioning his hand over his face. My body, engulfed in a euphoric heat, wanted to cower and look away the moment Isaiah began to peel away at his own flesh, revealing the layers of fibrous muscles and tendons underneath. The contents under his face writhed and contorted with a gentleness, a numb pulsing that sharply contrasted the bitter, stomach-churning scene. The surface of the metallic card lit up again, causing the skin under Isaiah's face to contort, sharpening and shortening in a skin-crawling, bitter fashion. A pair of eyes gradually emerged, bearing a grayish-brown hue. A nose, sharp and prominent, emerged, composed of the same writhing flesh, muscles and blood. Crimson, flesh-colored lips slithered out of gaps in the tendons, puckering to adjust to the surreal sensation of realness. After everything was completed, Isaiah chuckled darkly as he raised his original face, which now bore no features, a sheet of skin, and positioned it in front of the gaping hole in his head. Tendrils of flesh and blood emerged from within my macabre visage, coiling around the edges of their face and pulling them inwards, silently and efficiently stitching my own likeness to his body. Isaiah's form also began to shrink, and his clothing began to undergo changes. His coat and boots darkened in color, edging on iron black. The snow-white follicles atop his head darkened to a deep brown, and a pair of glasses took shape, bearing rectangular frames similar to my own. He wasn't in the light gray tunic I was currently wearing, but the black coat and vest I wore before being sent here. As he laughed to himself, his voice also raised in pitch, only a little. I remained frozen in euphoric bliss as Isaiah's form contorted and changed, taking my own body, my own thoughts and life, and replicating them in front of me to watch. It's quite humorous. You've been blessed with 2 eyes, but you need spectacles to see properly. Goes to show how divinity operates in ways that we can't comprehend, or at least, you can't comprehend. The apocalypse sigil took shape on his forehead, burning and ebbing with a crimson coloring that sparked through his body, fueling his veins with illusory energy. Isaiah spread his arms slightly, closing his eyes as if accepting divine rapture, the only way off a world too unfit for someone like him. I knew it wasn't erroneous to label you a lunatic. You possess powers that dwarf my own to a certain extent. Isaiah, who now looked and sounded identical to me, turned around and faced the door. Come, demons and devils. Return to your master. Shinso darted out the door, immediately looking towards the sky. Overhead, he caught sight of countless phantoms and illusory creatures souring, whispering in ancient languages and laughing heartily as they caused havoc. Within restaurants and pubs, people laughed and chuckled as they engaged in drunkenness and lustful acts, acting purely in instinct and desire. He swiftly leapt back in time to dodge a wraith heading in his exact direction, its mouth wide open in an attempt to devour the boy. Shinso's hands habitually moved for this firearm, pulling it out in time and shooting a bullet, except the bullet failed to do little as slow down the wraith. God damn it, Shinso gritted, tumbling out of the way as the wraith entered Catherine's house. Within the building, he heard sounds of calamity, firearms, bullets, and screaming. Shadows crept up the windows and floors, attempting to swallow the manor in its entirety. Through the gradually darkening windows, Shinso caught sight of Humphrey and the other pollinators shooting their guns left and right, mystical, lime-green bullets dancing off the walls and turning the demons to ashes. Why didn't they think to give me a gun like that? Shinso was suddenly snagged from behind, pulled up into the air by an illusory creature. Its mouth spread open, revealing a chaotic vortex of rippling, pulsing energy that crackled like a live wire. Shinso struggled in its grip, twisting and turning his body in an attempt to break free from the wraith. At this moment, the wraith's eyes widened as it let out a howl of pain. The illusory, chaotic vortex within its mouth gradually dissipated, alongside its illusory form. A beam of resplendent light had turned it to nothingness. Shinso tumbled to the ground, barely rolling onto his feet to avoid a grave injury. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help but smile upon seeing Ayumi and Raymond, their clothing tattered from fighting. Ayumi smirked, showing him the flower-painted disc in her palm. How did you? Shinso struggled to comprehend this. He had digested his own potion first, but he was astonished to find out that Ayumi was the one to display such raw power. Pathway fragments, you'll learn soon enough, dummy. The black-haired girl spun around, shooting more bursts of energy at the oncoming enemies. That watch, it's also one. Raymond pointed to the object dangling out of Shinso's right pocket, the bronze pocket watch he had earned a while ago. Huh. Shinso grabbed the watch by its chain, dangling it in the air. Before Raymond could keep explaining, everyone turned their heads to the right, catching sight of the horde heading in their direction. These people, clad in farmers' attire and tarnished, dirty rags, moved lethargically in their direction, habitually clawing at the air and growling, foaming at the mouths. What the hell, are those zombies? Shinso's grip tightened on the pocket watch, which now began to buzz with a brighter, orange light. Zombies. Those are from children's stories. Raymond's clarification was met with a harsh slap to the face. They look creepy, they walk like they haven't slept in years, and they're all gross looking. I'd call them zombies. Ayumi snapped, shooting a harsh glance at the boy. Raymond crossed his arms, looking the other way to avoid anyone from seeing his face bloom red. Fine, whatever. From above, a figure descended from the rooftops, Mr. Ryujin. His gaze immediately assessed the oncoming enemies with a sharpness that resembled a blade. Without much hesitation, he leapt forward, a small torrent of azure fire bursting from his mouth, smoldering one of the undead to a crisp. It let out a long, feeble whine as its body disintegrated completely. Why you, bastard, Ayumi tried her best to suppress her anger. Hearing this, Mr. Ryujin smirked softly, shrugging. I wanted to see how you'd fight the zombie on your own. Ayumi's grip tightened on the flower disc as she scoffed. Well, that was before I knew you could act like a literal dragon. To each their own, Mr. Ryujin let out a low chuckle, assuming a fighting posture. What? Aaron could barely hold back his emotions upon hearing Aizawa's explanation. His body habitually stumbled back, landing in a nearby booth nestled in the corner. I know how painful that is to hear, but your friend isn't the best person. Aizawa slowly stood up, walked forward, and sat beside Aaron. At this moment, both men fell silent. In the dim lighting of the bar, accompanied by the darkness outside, the emotions spiraling through the room seemed to be amplified. Aizawa could hear Aaron's soft, shaky breathing permeating the quiet space, and he knew that the man was trying his hardest to suppress a torrent of emotions. I've lived with him as long as I can remember, found the poor boy in the streets, freezing his ass off. Aaron lowered his head onto the table, a shaky sigh pressing through his wrinkled, dried lips. He wasn't a friend, but a damn brother of mine. His hand extended, grabbing a nearby shot glass. Without any warning, he crushed it in his palm. Glass shards, accompanied by oozing crimson blood, gushed from between his fingertips, running down his forearm, barely grazing his elbows. Everyone in the room flinched, turning their heads to look at Aaron. Aizawa leaned in a little closer, his voice a low whisper. He meant a lot to you, didn't he? Paying no heed to the sudden attention, Aaron kept speaking with a tremble. My best friend, the only person aside from Oboro, maybe my mum, that could make me smile, that gave me some damn purpose. Hearing his words, Aizawa stifled a cough that lurched in his throat. Any sudden or sharp noise could prompt an unwanted reaction from Aaron. It didn't take a genius to analyze the man's emotional state. Instead of saying anything, he silently watched as Aaron reached into his pocket before removing a pocket watch that dangled by a rusty, creaky chain. He opened the case of the frame, allowing Aizawa to get a view of what was inside. Within the mechanical gears and clockwork, he made out a folded piece of paper nestled within the machinery. Aaron's trembling fingers nimbly removed the paper, unfolding it to reveal a letter. This was from my mum after I had moved away from her town. By then, she'd gotten used to Isaiah living with us, but she was angry at him, just a little bit. Aaron's eyes scanned the letter slowly, analyzing each word and phrase, down to the diction and the way his mother would misspell some words and mischaracterize certain tropes. After a few seconds of silence, which was only broken by shaky breathing and distant, rolling thunder outside, Aaron looked towards Aizawa, frowning. I've read this letter more times than I've drank a shot, hey. Only when Aizawa heard him chuckle self-deprecatingly did he lean back in his chair, sighing softly. It turns out, my mother didn't like Isaiah even if she bathed and fed him every day. She didn't look at him like a son, but a damn monster, something that lurks in our cellar and munches on the rats and urchins. Why would she? Aizawa asked, arching an eyebrow. His mind began to race with an uncountable number of questions. If Aaron's mother had let Isaiah live with them for such a long time, even amidst her thoughts on the boy, she either did love him or she was too scared to kick him out, scared of how Isaiah would react. From what he saw and knew about the man, he was cunning and deceptive, yet brilliantly inscrutable with his philosophy. Aaron's lips parted, and his tongue moved to lick them. She was terrified of his one eye, saying it glowed in the dark when she slept, also saying Isaiah would watch her sleep, mumbling curses under his breath like some sort of witch. Aaron flipped the letter over, revealing a black and white photograph. In the dim lighting, he saw what appeared to be Aaron and Isaiah. Aizawa's gaze drifted to the photograph of the two boys. They were sitting by their house, on a wooden bench near a field of thick trees that barely allowed light to pass. Aaron's young and youthful features seemed to glow as he smiled, his visage missing a tooth or two. Isaiah, on the other hand, exhibited a demeanor more solemn, almost scarily collected and vigilant. The attire of the two boys also differed to a drastic extent. Aaron was clad in a pair of overalls, a button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled up, exposing his elbows. Countless dark spots around the knees and elbows of the attire told Aizawa everything he needed to know about Aaron's daily life and activities. Isaiah was wearing a high-collar shirt with dress pants. Unlike Aaron, he remained unscathed, his sharp yet innocent features contorted in what looked like slight disgust at the surroundings. That day, Aaron's voice swiftly cut through the ambience. His lips curled up faintly, revealing a small, languid smile. She took the both of us to the orchard for a photography shoot. Back then, fancy gimmicks like the camera had only begun to appear everywhere. So you can only guess she was excited to have this done with us. He pointed to the young Isaiah sitting on the bench, who was resting his head on his hand. If you couldn't tell by now, Isaiah wasn't the most ecstatic about sitting around and having his photo taken. Aaron flipped the photo over, revealing another scene. This time, they were under one of the orchard's trees, gazing down into the grass. In the slightly grainy quality, they could both see that Isaiah was holding a squirrel in his small palms. Like his current day-to-day life, Isaiah's always been fascinated with creatures that couldn't be taken back to him. If you ever were to enter his old room when he still lived with my mum, you'd find what seemed to be an entire zoo wandering around. He leaned back in the booth, chuckling softly. One time, my mum damn near fainted when she saw a massive spider crawling on his sheets. May I ask? Aizawa slowly took the photo from Aaron's grip, holding it up to the light. How did Isaiah lose his right eye? Good question, Aaron scoffed, resting an arm on the table. He never told me that. Though, he had two when I found him. He couldn't help but let out a forced, stifled chuckle as he recalled past experiences. Though I woke up one day to hear screamin' and hollerin' from my kitchen. So I shot out of bed and trudged down in my pajamas, catchin' a glimpse of my mum holding a cloth to his eye, already stained red with the disgusting stuff. Aizawa suddenly coughed, caught off guard on why Aaron would be smiling while recalling such a grim story. What's funny wasn't the bloody injury, but what he said the moment I approached him. He was on the couch and stuff, reading a long-ass book as if nothing had happened. His eye had been bandaged up since a doctor was rung over mere minutes after he came in bleeding. When I sat down beside him, he looked towards me and smiled, saying how it was just a scratch, and that he'd make some sort of potion to heal his own eye. Aaron suddenly exploded into laughter, tears threatening to spill from the corners of his ducts. At this moment, his trembling grip on the pocket watch loosened as he tossed the object into the wall. Its brass exterior cracked from the impact, allowing tiny trinkets and machinery to leak onto the floor. Everyone in the bar seemed taken aback, looking in the direction of the duo. But that damn fool lied, he's always lyin'. Aaron's shoulders grew slugging as he sank in his seat, letting out a shaky sigh. He be sinking needles into people, making 'em calm or whatever the hell his logic was. He gripped the edge of the table with a tremble until his knuckles turned pale. Aaron's eyes, previously filled with empathy and recollection, hardened like mottled stone. He be hurtin' people cause he doesn't like 'em. He wants to make a perfect world where nobody can suffer, except, nobody will have a trace of emotion left in their minds. Damn it. Carter rolled back, shooting bullets off the walls in an attempt to ward off the supernatural attackers. Countless wraiths and spirits flew around Isaiah's laboratory, cackling and emitting chaotic, visceral energy. The blood moon's early. He turned to Catherine, who had already begun making clean work of the wraiths. She moved with precision, slicing up the creatures with her spiritually amplified blades. When they made contact with a spirit, the ink-black energy of the wraith instantly turned an illusory purple, pulsing and sucking into the metallic blades of the weapon. And these damn wraiths seem a lot tougher than usual. She leapt into the air, slicing two wraiths down the middle with a precise cleave. The hilts of the swords vibrated slightly as the energy diffused into them, amplifying the strength of her own weapons. Could this all have to do with Isaiah? The bastard disappeared just before we had guests. He's like Order 8, not that strong. From what I know, the puppeteer pathway isn't proficient with demonic manipulation until demigod level. This is likely fate just conspiring against us, like it always does. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. I watched as more and more creatures phased through the closed door, gravitating and circling around Isaiah, who looked exactly like me. Even while I couldn't move my body, the bug-like limbs on my sides twitched feebly. Umbridge, where the hell are you? I grumbled in my mind. At this moment, shadows began to collect in the corner of the room. They revealed a pair of illusory, wormhole-like eyes that ebbed with unstable crimson energy. The Umbridge, now standing the height of a regular person, stepped out of the corner, looking directly at me. Quite the predicament you find yourself in, their voice carried an uncharacteristic amount of amusement. They leaned in closer to gaze at me, their robe composed of shadows fraying and conjoining with the darkness. And you've got yourself a new appearance. I gritted my teeth, trying not to spit at the enigmatic figure. I can't move. Well, the umbrage fell silent before scoffing. That's your problem. My eyes widened upon hearing that, and my fists habitually clenched, the only movement I could struggle to do. Why, you're not gonna help me? I gritted out in my mind, my voice partially layered. The illusory figure stepped back, nodding their head. I wasn't there when you fought your father, right? I only did so because I knew you could handle him on your own. But your rogue spirit body, not so much. I recalled how the umbrage had restrained my spirit body before it could attack me. I could only guess it entered a state of blinded rage and fury after finally finishing off my father for good. His mental imprint may have left my consciousness, but his memory hasn't. Memory isn't something one can erase, nor alter. It always sticks with you, because a memory, even a fragment, makes you who you are. My mind quickly dislodged those thoughts, fixating on my friends restrained to the medical beds, who were now howling and shrieking in their guttural, monstrous appearances. Cut the sentimental crap, I literally can't move. Isaiah's so much more powerful than me. He actually isn't, his body can only take so much of your own power. What? I felt a sudden rush of confusion as my gaze drifted to Isaiah. His lips stretched ear to ear as he laughed, allowing more demonic creatures into the room. They too laughed, circling around the man as their bodies dissipated, turning grainy and ethereal as they sifted into Isaiah's palms. The way he was smiling so proudly, even laughing as he did this, only made me shiver. It was at this moment when I completely disregarded the umbrage's words. He seems to be doing a good job there. Yes, but only for a short while. The apocalypse and puppeteer pathways aren't neighboring, none are to the apocalypse pathway. His body is only adjusting to these changes, shielding itself under the illusion of safety. It was at this moment when the illusory crimson energy emerged on the lower half of their face, rippling upwards to form a glowing smile, lined with sharp teeth. He thinks he's a god, but he's only a mortal playing with God's toys. Their bony hand found my forehead, tapping it softly. You, on the other hand, are immortal too, among the more resistant I've seen. Yes, your abilities can stumble, and so have you, but I'm not diminishing the efforts you've put in. The apocalypse pathway is dedicated to those who want power, chaos, and destruction. You, on the other hand, are the antithesis of such a pathway. Hearing his words, my brows habitually furrowed. If I didn't want all that stuff, why did that man in the tent say it was only compatible with my spirituality? The umbrage took a step back, their illusory crimson smile twitching slightly. Think of your emotions back then. The resentment for your father, conflicting views on life, love you could reach but not grasp in its entirety. You were always confused, and you still are to this day. The illusory, shadowy figure glanced towards Isaiah, their expression hardening a little on the edges. The person I knew was actually a lot like you in many ways. They desired love, compassion, yet what dwelled beneath their skin held them back. They were bound by restraints out of their control, forced to vanquish all they cared about in a dance with fate. I don't possess mortal feelings, but some layered feeling within myself churns when such destruction is brought about. At this moment, the illusory strings above my body turned iron black with energy, before shattering like glass. The numbness in my body gradually loosened, and I could feel my limbs once again. Looking back to the umbrage, my expression quickly turned complex. I may not know who your friend is, or what they were like, but we sound quite similar. The umbrage nodded, pointing towards Isaiah Walls, who bore my exact appearance and previous attire. By now, hundreds, if not thousands of small spirits swirled around him, laughing and cackling as if this was an opportunity of rapture. Isaiah Walls turned his head to look at me, his brows clenching upon noticing my current condition. You broke free. I didn't respond, my gaze fixated on my friends strapped to the medical beds. By now, they had gone feral, screaming and clawing at anything they saw. Why bring the wraiths to begin with? I crossed my arms, an unusual sense of calmness surging through my veins. They're the one thing slowing me down. If it weren't for you triggering the blood moon early due to your little fit, I would have calmly waited for your friends to transform back and give them the cure. Isaiah responded with my exact voice. What? Hearing his words, I felt my stomach plummet. I had caused the blood moon to happen early. Aren't I only Order 9, the weakest order of the pathway? I turned my head to the umbrage, my mouth agape slightly. The enigmatic figure in the corner of the room didn't know how to respond, but something about their aura and illusory facial features told me they knew this detail to a certain extent. So, you know about my power. Why take it if you'd only use it to harness the wraiths? Also, it's not compatible with your pathway, which can also screw you over. The man with my appearance smirked, extending their hand. At this moment, the apocalypse sigil on my forehead exploded with a surge of bright, painful energy. A pair of crimson horns emerged from my skull, bearing radiant light. Oscar called you the Armageddon King for a reason, Isaac, but the title can do to anyone with the right qualifications. Isaiah took a step forward, smiling. Conquest, famine, war, and death. Those four figures signal the return of God, the end of everything. He yanked me by my collar, pulling me to eye level. I'm a soldier of our Lord, doing his work. You, on the other hand, are reluctant to undergo divine processes. You have the power of eons, but you refuse to use it for mortal reasons. Enough. A surge of crimson energy suddenly pulsed through the room, sending Isaiah back a few steps. He only took a short moment to recover his equilibrium and keep speaking. You're bound by love and mortal emotions. You drank the potion for mortal reasons, you walked into a world where the strong trample the weak for mortal reasons. Isaiah turned around, the countless spirits now circling around his body. Now tell me, Isaac. If I told you that the power within your bones is meant to kill, yet it can give you all you desire, would you accept my guidance and allow me to guide you along the way? Sorry on your end, I'd have to say no. I responded, my lips twitching only a millimeter. My gaze shifted to the umbrage as I smiled. I already have someone willing to help me, and they've done an ample job so far. You, on the other hand, had never actually used this power. I took a step forward, and the moment I did so, a few wraiths circling Isaiah suddenly flew in my direction, flying around me in circles. This time, they didn't laugh, but they seemed to whisper something. Yes, this power may have me confront demons, something I was scared to do. But with the right help and support, I'm sure it'll go as planned. As I kept speaking, more and more wraiths circled around my body, whispering and mumbling in ancient languages. I've heard whispers and myths of angels and gods who exist somewhere in this universe. So, I'll just say one thing, if they want to stop me in my tracks, they'll have a lot more than just me to stop. Isaiah Walls suddenly opened his mouth, laughing loudly. You really think divinity can be outpaced by mortal whims? You have no idea what you just did, Isaac. Black, illusory cracks began to slither up Isaiah's neck as he let out a low, pain-stricken growl. A pair of surreal horns formed atop his head, flickering and phasing in and out of existence. I watched, my expression turning slightly pale as the skin on Isaiah's face began to chip and wrinkle, slithering and slipping off in a grotesque manner. At this moment, the demons circling around him all turned to gaze at his flickering horns, their laughing growing more insistent. Fool. One who bears no power. Fraudulent, insolent fraud. The wraiths and ghouls all mocked him, spinning faster and faster as they continued to laugh. Seeing this, I took a step back as most of the wraiths flew in my direction, circling around me. The pain in my forehead continued to grow, yet I attempted to ignore it for the most part. Did you know this would happen? I asked with a smile. Isaiah Walls let out a low growl as his face caved in, revealing his flesh and skeleton underneath his face. His skull unhinged in a silent scream as the wraith soured into his body, slowly lifting him into the air. I watched as the metallic card fell from Isaiah's grip, landing on the floor with a clutter. The surface of the card rippled, revealing the faces of numerous allies and people I knew. Rapture is a lie, only darkness and desolation lie for you. One that bears no fruit. A wraith called out in an illusory, layered voice. Isaiah's mutilated body suddenly contorted, compressing and converting into a spherical object. Its surface was a purplish, semi-transparent hue. Within the object, I saw illusory tentacles and wraiths souring around, their cackles and laughs muffled. What is this? I knelt down and picked up the sphere. Turning to the umbrage, I arched an eyebrow. In an instant, a black and crimson tongue shot out from the darkness of the umbrage's cloak, wrapping around the tentacled artifact and swallowing it whole. A meal for me, they replied, their stringy smile twitching as they licked their lips. After the object diffused within the figure's stomach, they kept explaining. After a seeker dies, their body mutates and transforms into a pathway fragment. A pathway fragment. I habitually dug into my pockets, taking out the blood moon charm and whisper wishing bone. The whisper wishing bone is for the Reaper pathway, while the blood moon charm is for your own pathway. They also double as sealed relics to a certain extent, but consuming them would also bestow the effects of the artifact. After all, the relic corresponding to a pathway has its abilities. A moment of deliberation coursed through my body as I turned to look at the door, which was now left open. I then gazed towards Oscar, Ruth, and Daisy, still strapped to the beds. How can I help them? The umbrage fell silent for a moment as they walked over to the trio, who still growled and thrashed, but their movements had grown slightly lethargic. They shifted their attention to me and nodded their head. Only time will tell. The wraith that supplied them with this curse has been extracted by Isaiah, as it was among the ones he dragged. I recalled the encounter I had, and that Damien was still huddled under the bed, trembling like a leaf. If Isaiah had extracted the wraith that turned them into monsters at night, could this be the last time such a thing could occur? Anyways, I believe your friends need your help. The umbrage conjured an illusory sphere of rippling, crimson energy. They held it in their palm for me to see. Within the object, I saw Mr. Ryujin, Ayumi, Carter, Carterine, Shinso, the pollinators, Aizawa, Aaron, and Oboro all fighting the wraiths now. Damn, I couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. As for this, I walked over to the metallic card on the floor, picking it up and blowing the dust and debris off of it. I should probably destroy this. Actually, the umbrage hissed between their imaginary teeth. They grabbed the object from me with their bony hands, holding it up to the lights. Destroying the card would also destroy the identities stolen within it. Each identity within this card is a fragment of the original owner. So destroying it would also destroy a portion of the identity as a whole. The umbrage turned to me, frowning. Hundreds, if not thousands of souls would perish if you did that. Alright, then what should I do? I asked, glancing at the card. My face flushed a little from embarrassment. The towering, enigmatic figure flipped the card over, showing me the other side. A symbol was inscribed within the metal, one similar to mine. It emitted a slightly purplish-blue hue, much reminiscent of the serum within Isaiah's syringe. The umbrage sighed as they kept speaking. This is a sealed relic of the puppeteer pathway. I can see why Isaiah could use it with such proficiency. Without saying anything else, illusory, blood-red tendrils protruded from in between the nimble fingers of the spiritual creature. They coiled around the card, pulsing and contracting with energy. The wormhole-like eyes of the umbrage closed shut as an illusory, layered sigh reverberated through the room. Quite some old people. What do you mean by that? I arched an eyebrow, feeling an eerie wave of confusion and curiosity. Isaiah's stolen the identities of thousands of people, alongside their vitality. With the given knowledge embedded within the spirituality, I can say he's lived about 300 years, constantly regressing his age and appearance in some sort of viscous, inhuman cycle. Damn, should I tell Aaron and the others? It's best to refrain from such things. The shock would likely stop his old heart, if the revelation that he's a cold-blooded lobotomizer didn't already do that. The umbrage chuckled darkly, prompting me to jab them in the side. Unfortunately, this didn't seem to do anything, as I stumbled forward and phased to the floor. Luckily, my other appendages on my side saved me from the impending collision. Right, what about this? I look like a walking grasshopper. The impending figure, clad in an illusory dark load, gazed into me with their wormhole-like eyes. We can always remove them, your spiritually and physically enhanced body will handle the rest of the malformations. It's like a habitual cycle. Like surgery. Hell no. I shook my head, instantly rejecting the proposition. Anyways, should we help my friends? The umbrage nodded, pointing to the door. Are you sure you can handle everything outside? I scoffed as a smile formed on my face. Did you see what I did to Isaiah? The demons and ghouls wanted me more than him after they realized he wasn't able to properly use my power. Perhaps this reaction is embedded in the demons from the beginning. They'll either want to be with me, or they'll fear me like what happened to them while they were in their monstrous forms. I turned back to look at the mangled forms on the medical beds, letting out a long, deep sigh. Your pain is over, now, I have to help my friends. I have to end this damn blood moon, perhaps for the rest of time. I felt my stomach and soul bubble as I ascended up the stairs, my bug-like limbs twitching as I stepped into the crimson-bathed moonlight. Outside, dark clouds circled and rumbled as they spat down torrents of lightning. Wraiths and ghouls soured through the sky, wreaking havoc. The hallway was still lined with the carnage of what happened. Bloodied and mangled corpses painted the scene as if used as macabre accessories. Blood stained the wooden walls and floors, appearing ink-black in hue under the dim illumination. A nurse or two were on the scene, eyes clammed shut as they gloved hands moved to remove the corpses and clean the blood and bodily organs splayed around. Letting out a low huff, I made my way towards another exit away from view. The moment I stepped out of the medical facility, my body habitually shivered. My attention immediately gravitated to the sky, taking in the bolts of crimson lightning, along with the countless wraiths and ghouls that soured around. Even if this was the industrial complex, an area lacking a large population, these creatures didn't seem to discriminate against populations or minorities. Booming thunder continued to rumble from clouds that refused to let down any rain. Instead, more lightning shot down, charging at the ground and sending snow and stone into the air. I suddenly heard a clatter behind me, causing me to turn around and assess the situation. Through the foggy, ice-covered windows, I caught sight of a tall and bulky figure, their form and features obscured from the lack of visibility. Judging by the way their body moved, they seemed to be fighting another figure. At this moment, something else came into view. They stood at about the same height, throwing sluggish and sloppy punches, their bodies stumbling around and lolling to the side. Feeling a rush of both peculiarity and worry, I made my way over to the window and rubbed the residual ice away, peering in through a small hole I made. Harland, his form towering, was caught in a fight with another patient in the facility. His eyes were wide with what seemed to be both terror and some exhilaration. It was almost like this man was eager to throw punches, yet brutally overwhelmed by the grandeur of his opponent. I watched the fight, my heart jumping in my chest the moment the other patient leapt at Harland, sinking their mottled, golden-colored teeth into the crevice of his neck. The burly man let out a scream, his meat gloves encircling the throat of his attacker, attempting to dislodge the teeth prodding his skin. After a few shakes, he quickly understood that the strength of the opponent wasn't amplified by otherworldly strength, but rather, raw emotions and unfurled, ravaging fury. Why fucking bat? Harland's bulky hands encircled the neck of his attacker, feeling the pulsing flesh beneath his skin. Without wasting any more time, he effortlessly snapped the other patient's neck. The body fell slack, dropping to the floor with a guttural, creaking slam. The sheer impact was enough to crack the wooden floor beneath him, sending chipped planks into the air. At this moment, Harland let out a low groan as he stumbled back, falling to the ground as his body began to writhe and contrast. His teeth gritted as he habitually reached for his neck, trying his hardest to prevent his airflow from being ripped away by the unseen existence. While he couldn't see what was attacking him, I saw it clearly, a wraith. Its mouth was wide open, bearing illusory sharp teeth. The creature's face was inches from Harland's, biting and chomping at the air in an attempt to find respite it consuming the soul and essence of its next victim. Goddammit, I groaned, running back to the entrance and bursting through the door. Harland instantly looked in my direction, his terrified eyes gaining a new inscrutable layer upon seeing my bodily changes. What the hell, get away from me! He cried out, his strained voice rising in pitch. I tried my best to suppress a chuckle, somewhat satisfied in seeing the previously bulky and intimidating man reduced to a paranoid, trembling husk of his formal self in a matter of seconds. My insectoid limbs twitched as I ran over to Harland, kicking the demon in the face. When it made contact with the wraith, the creature was sent flying backwards, phasing through a box of potatoes. It's you, demon boy. Harland's body trembled as he wearily sat up, slightly dazed. His body swayed slightly as he gazed in my direction. You're lucky I saved you, this place wouldn't have had your guidance any longer. I said with a smile. Huh. Harland's face contorted with confusion. If you don't let everyone eat here, maybe I will take your soul, after all. I leaned in close to Harland, my lips twitching on the edges as I got close enough to smell his rancid breath. I'm a demon, isn't that right? The pair of crimson horns formed atop my head, radiating with malevolent energy. Harlan's terrified eyes darted to the sight, and his mouth fell slack. After a few seconds, I flinched the moment he abruptly scooted back and rose to his knees. I'm not a demon, you don't. I paused for a beat, my face flushing a little. Though I had intended to poke a little fun with Harlan, his unexpected reaction only made the entire situation a little embarrassing. Just make sure everyone gets their food. I turned around and ran out of the room, bursting through the door back outside. In the distance, numerous flashes of illusory bright light bounced and rippled through the air, alongside malevolent surges of purplish-black energy. At this moment, I felt a small yet subtle shift in my spirituality. The carriage ride here was like a long time. How do you think I'll get back there quick enough to help them? The umbrage manifested, slithering out of a shadow cast by a building. The enigmatic figure grabbed an oncoming wraith, holding its writhing form with an iron grip as their illusory mouth chomped its head clean off, burping up spiritual remnants that dissipated into the air. Remember the last time I teleported you? No, you never did. I turned to the towering existence, scoffing. Suddenly, my vision glazed over as a familiar scene replayed in my mind. My eyes, blurry and disorientated, glared at the impending figure of my father kicking the butcher knife to the other end of the kitchen. A surge of crimson and purplish energy engulfed my body like a macabre tide, swallowing everything it encountered. When I regained my feeling of control, I was splayed on a park bench, with Shinso watching me. As my vision returned to normal, I stumbled back and suppressed a gasp. That was you. The umbrage nodded. I always protect my host. You would have been killed if you were left with your father any longer. They let out a long sigh and kept explaining. Unfortunately, my range doesn't exert past my own host, so I couldn't make an attempt to save your mother or teleport the threat elsewhere. But, I assure you we can make it back to your friends in record time. The umbrage waved their hand, and I watched as my heart began to race. Before my eyes, an illusory portal formed, composed of crimson and black energy. The umbrage took a step forward, the stringy lips on their face twitching upwards, baring their sharp teeth. As more and more of the portal came into view, a tunnel-like structure stretched back for what seemed like infinity. Vines, flowers, fire, and ashes all formulated on either end of the tunnel, radiating spheres of light and energy. Before I could react, the portal surged in my direction, engulfing me entirely. My body instantly turned illusory, diffusing into my shadowish spirit body. Black horns and wings formed on my back, rippling and pulsing as if they were made of a viscous liquid. The ground beneath my feet swished around, bubbling and sizzling like an ocean. On either side of the tunnel, numerous scenes flashed. I let out a low gasp as vines and branches intersected to form a brilliantly vibrant rainforest, layered in countless colored plants and trees. Colorful birds soared above the clouds, and multicolored primates scaled the thick trees, and insects the size of buses chirped and buzzed. The rainforests of the west, very colorful, yet extremely dangerous. The umbrage ran their bony finger along the contours of the view, rippling and distorting the rainforest's projection like water. To my right, fire, ashes, and destruction flared upwards to form a pillar of chaos. The ground, composed of molten lava, bubbled and churned as it spat the scalding contents ashore. Mountains composed entirely of flesh and blood erected for what seemed like miles, decorated with what seemed like thousands, if not millions of skulls and bones. On the rocky shores, creatures that seemed to be a mixture of deer and scorpions slurped the lava with their forked, ink-black tongues. At the top of the mountain was a massive throne made of obsidian. I felt a strange yet habitual rush of fear as I stepped back, half marveling the sight before my eyes. That's the underworld, where the demons and devils dwell. Ending up there means eternal damnation. I watched as a pillar of fire and soot shot down from above, formulating into the shape of a human. They had a singular amber eye and snow-white hair, Isaiah walls. Before I could see what could unravel, my gaze shifted to a scene above us. I saw an ink-black sky dotted with tiny white stars. Drifting among the void were countless planets, all of different colors. Before I could properly distinguish the galactic behemoths, the umbrage snagged my jaw and pulled it downwards. Don't gaze at the cosmos, it looks back at you with malice. Though their voice was calm, the gravity of the sentence sent a shiver down my spine. Circling around the environment, I finally asked a question. What even is this place? Upon hearing my question, the enigmatic figure's lips twitched. The center, the hub, it has too many names from too many people. In reality, it's home to spiritual creatures like me, and it's the epicenter of all convergence and all that was, is, and will be. Hearing this, I felt an inexplicable chill course down my spine. That's a lot of info, shouldn't I be dead or something now? The cloaked figure shook their head, chuckling deeply. Here, I am at my pinnacle of power and strength, technically invisible. Due to your unique spiritual bond, you're also technically invisible. But, with that knowledge in the real world, wouldn't I die since I'm not here, protected? They shook their head again, turning around to face the end of the tunnel. Everything seen here is either known about, or simply told through myth and legend. The underworld, for example, is whispered into the night to scare children into slumber. While the cosmos, it's a vessel of wonder to those without supernatural abilities. At this moment, an illusory door formed at the end of the tunnel, ebbing with black and red energy. We can discuss this later. But now, I'd recommend assisting your friends, they need your help. The door opened, revealing the ensuing chaos. An army of the undead poured through the streets, clawing and biting at everything they encountered. Bursts of resplendent light emitted from an object in Ayumi's hands, vaporizing any wraiths and demons that came into contact with her. Torrents of fire shot out from Mr. Ryujin's mouth, charring and burning away at the zombies yet refusing to touch the wraiths and ghouls. What the hell? I felt my face go slightly pale as I watched the ensuing fight. Turning back to the umbrage, I chuckled self-deprecatingly and arched an eyebrow. You expect me to deal with all of that? I thought it. I trailed off. The enigmatic figure took a step forward, resting beside the door. Their wormhole-like eyes remained fixated on me as they spoke. Size isn't the obstacle, nor are the opponents, it's you. You know what you did back there with Isaiah, and I ensure you can replicate it. In addition, you have your friends as backup. So this is sentimental now. Great. I huffed, crossing my arms. No, it's reflection. Think of all you've done tonight, think of the emotions within yourself. You were able to banish your father's influence over you, you've banished a demon greater than those your friends are fighting right now. But, I still didn't apologize to Damien. The umbrage extended a hand to my illusory, viscous shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. You'll never get to if you don't fix this. I looked back to the carnage occurring through the illusory door, letting out a long heavy sigh. At this moment, my eyes widened as I turned back to the umbrage, an idea formulating in my head. If I remember correctly, the digestion requirement for Order 9 is to cause as much chaos as you possibly can, right? The figure remained silent, nodding their head with a faint tinge of solemnity. Well, what if I cause chaos to these demons? It never specified it to be humans or animals. Without wasting any time, I leapt through the illusory door. My body surged forward, trembling a little as I adjusted to the sensation of real ground beneath my feet. The apocalypse sigil on my forehead continued to burn and char, and crimson veins ran down my neck and back. A pair of illusory, crimson horns perched atop my head, radiating with a malevolent, almost tantalizing energy. Everyone, including the wraiths and zombies, turned to face me. Ayumi and Shinso remained frozen in their spots, their eyes wide with a mixture of amazement and terror. Mr. Ryujin took a step back, while Raymond couldn't help but smile. Is that? Before Ayumi could finish her sentence, Raymond stepped towards her, having no effect of the enrapturing effect. Yes, but I'd have to say, I don't find the bug-like appendages appealing. I ignored their words, stepping forward, the ground trembling slightly beneath my feet. I closed my eyes and took another deep breath, trying my hardest to center myself amidst the turmoil and chaos. This was my one and only moment not to show my power, but to fix all that was wrong with it. I may not know much about this power aside from the fact that it's evil at its core. Evil cannot truly vanish, but remade. It'll never truly disappear. As long as it exists, so will chaos and turmoil. I do not want to attain strength for my own benefit, to topple empires, shatter mountains and rule over everything. I want to show others that those with their own demons, demons that force them down roads of suffering and pain, can, and will overcome them. My father may have been a brand in my mind, unyielding and chaotic, forcing my own psyche to consume the potion that gave me these abilities. But a brand isn't always permanent, but it'll never not have been there. I have been beaten, intimidated, and lashed at, because I am who I am. I am a human who has every aspect of one. Every so often I think back to the cherry tree I'd read under in the park, the same park I saw and met Ayumi in, the same park where me and Shinso truly began to develop a more layered kinship. Back then, I sought routine, safety, to bind myself to that endless, tortuous cycle of degradement and torture. I was too scared to admit that I was too weak, so I'd lash out and toss a gift basket, screaming to the moon about my problems. My problems may still remain, but with everyone and everything I have, friends, people who care about me, I'm sure I'll make it out of this hellscape and return home. Then, I can help my mother, I can live better, more accepting of who I am. I was quirkless, I wanted power. I didn't know what a hero was, now I do. Anyone willing to lose themselves, make sacrifices, and fight no matter what they have, is the light that burns away shadows and darkness. I extended my hand, clenching my fist taut. A few demons that remained frozen let out inhuman, guttural shrieks as they gravitated to my palm, absorbing into my being. The moment that happened, an agonizingly cold chill coursed through my body, making me shiver a little. "Look out!" Ayumi cried. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at me, tackling me to the ground. Its face was inches from mine, biting and chomping at the air, trying feebly to consume my flesh. I tried to push it away, but the sheer weight of it made my arms tremble. Even if I had supernatural abilities, my physical strength always seemed to remain mortal. Shinso, who was watching from the sidelines, grit his teeth as he darted over, taking out his handgun and shooting the zombie through the side of its head. The moment it happened, the zombie fell slack, its eyes rolling back as it slumped on top of me. "Damn it!" I grunted, my voice muffled. With a Herculean effort, Shinso managed to roll over the zombie, helping me up onto my feet. Before I could recover, a cluster of wraiths flew in Shinso's direction. It seemed that the moment the zombie attacked me, that strange intimidation in the air dissipated. The indigo-haired boy fumbled with his gun, but failed to make a move in time. I extended my palm again, pulling the wraiths toward me with an unseen current of energy. "When the hell could you do that?" And Shinso's eyes raked over my body, taking in my bug-like, inhuman appearance. Yeah, the demon maggot disease finally decided to show itself. I rolled my eyes, a twitchy smile forming on my face. I turned back to the horde of the undead stumbling towards me. In the crimson moonlight and lightning, I caught sight of their clothing. Most, if not all of them were clad in regular farm attire that slumped off their shriveled, disgusting forms. After noticing something, I felt my heart sink to my feet as I assessed the predicament. "They're all possessed, those poor things," I mumbled under my breath. "Huh," Shinso arched an eyebrow. "Their need for human flesh is only because the wraiths inside them can't consume souls. These zombies aren't zombies, they're puppets that want to rest, corpses long past their time." "Shit," Shinso turned back to the zombie with a hole above its ear, hissing between his teeth. "If I can extract the wraiths inside them, their already degenerating bodies will naturally dissipate." A small smile formed on my face as I stepped forward, my insectoid limbs curling into fists. Every undead creature let out a low growl, before darting in my direction. I closed my eyes, the apocalypse sigil on my forehead glowing more prominently as I clenched my fists. The zombie closest to me fell to its knees, keening and whimpering as its mangled hands darted to its throat, tearing at the mottled, grayish-green skin. "You can rest now," I whispered as a wraith soured out of its body, screaming in terror as it naturally gravitated to my body. "Keep going," the umbrage's voice sounded in my mind. The illusory crimson horns on my head buzzed as more and more zombies fell to their knees, struggling and writhing as their hosts were torn from their bodies, uniting with my own consciousness and spirit. At this moment, a strange yet pleasurable sensation echoed through my back. This sensation was accompanied with moans and groans, protests to life, and demonic laughter. Ayumi's jaw fell slack as she observed the changes on my back. The glossy, insect-like wings on my back gradually crumbled like dust. Illusory, writhing wings composed entirely of spirits began to form. Within the malevolent wings, countless pairs of eyes and mouths sprouted, laughing and mocking the other entities that would soon meet their fate. "Goddamn." Shinso took a step back, a small yet impressed smile forming on his face as my body slowly lifted into the air. The shadowy wings flapped, sending ripples of energy surging through the kingdom. The crimson horns atop my head grew brighter, ebbing and pulsing, crackling with fiery energy as more and more zombies collapsed, their possession abruptly ending. Sure, the sensation of more and more wraiths entering my body was slightly overwhelming, but I could sharply feel the environment gradually grow softer and colder. Everyone below watched with wide eyes as the final zombie collapsed, disintegrating into nothingness as its ghastly host flew from its body, souring directly into my palm. The moment the last of the enemies in the kingdom united with my own spirit, my eyes slowly opened, my vision turning blurry as I lost consciousness. The illusory wings on my back instantly vanished, and I began plummeting back down to earth. Shinso reacted quickly, darting over and catching me before I hit the ground. His eyes softened as he gazed at my unconscious body, sighing softly as he smiled. Why damn idiot. Always hurting yourself for others. Humphrey stepped out of Catherine and Carter's house, bleeding profusely from his left eye. He stumbled out onto the porch and sat down, taking light, shaky breaths. Hey, you alright? Shinso ran over, kneeling down. Yeah, what happened with your friend? Shinso looked back at the medical vehicle escorting me away, smiling softly. He kind of fixed all this chaos. No, did he just grow wings or something? Humphrey's partially immobile eyes widened a sliver. Shinso remained silent for a moment before replying with a little hesitancy. He kinda did, I guess. What the hell happened? A voice suddenly sounded from the street. Humphrey and Shinso turned their heads, catching sight of Catherine and Carter rushing down the street. Wait, those are. Humphrey's hand habitually reached for his gun. Before anything drastic could happen, Shinso knocked the weapon away. The gun tumbled into the snow-covered street. At this moment, the front door burst open, and countless pollinators aimed their weapons at the duo. Catherine and Carter instantly turned to face them, habitually reaching for their weapons. Stand down, Humphrey's orders. Shinso spread his arms, indicating to the group not to shoot their weapons. Who is he to give orders? He turned to face the pollinator who said that, shaking his head. I'd be happy to fight for their innocence later. For now, their fates are uncertain. He turned back to Humphrey, smiling almost snarkily. Tell the new captain to hold off this matter, we'll settle this in better circumstances. Did I really die in your world? Obero's hands clutched around his drink, trembling slightly. Aizawa nodded his head, his gaze drifting away to the countertop. Olivia, who sat beside him, let out a long sigh. We were training to be heroes, it was our first mission. Why you got crushed by falling rocks and I was too stupid too. Obero planted a sharp slap to Aizawa's face, causing him to wince and rub the spot. What was that for? The man with cloud-like blue hair took a sip of his drink, smirking softly. Don't let the past rummage up your present. You gotta learn to forget and forgive. He stood up, now smiling as he spread his arms. Look at me, I'm alive, I'm real. He may have died in your world, but I didn't die in this one. Obero sat back down, pushing his drink aside as he nudged Aizawa's shoulder. Look at what just happened. We all fought those demons and stuff, and we turned out fine. You've grown since then, you've changed for the better. He leaned in even closer, his expression softening slightly. How about, we just share a drink, 3 friends in a bar together. 4. Aaron sat in the corner, looking down at the table. His green eyes remained still like endless pools of water, unending and dark. Yuck, Aaron. Obero turned around in his seat, facing Aaron with a complicated expression. The older man looked up at him and chuckled dryly. Of course I am, I have friends all around me. Something within Aaron's expression told the trio that his words were paper thin. Even if the man bore a smile, it was shaky and fragile like glass. Obero looked at Olivia and Aizawa, letting out a long, deep sigh. I think the drinks can wait. We're all tired and exhausted. Come on, let's have some stew back at my place. Without saying anything else, Obero stood up from his seat, walking to the door and leaving the bar alongside Aaron, Olivia, and Aizawa. My eyes opened, and I was greeted by the sterile smells of a medical facility. I could tell immediately it was the one I had spent the last few days inside, as a group of familiar doctors stood over my bed, checking my condition. He's awake, you guys can come in. Dr. Clancy lowered her mask, calling to the door. Not even a second later, a group of people walked into the room. Oscar, Daisy, and Ruth walked into the room, their eyes all sunken and dark. Even amidst these changes, they still smiled at me. I have to say, you're not as much as a pussy. Daisy's jab to the ribs cut Ruth off in the middle of her snarky comment. He's recovering, you Bluck. I don't think he wants to hear what you have to say. I leaned up in my bed, still clad in my ruined, wet medical facility attire. My expression softened as I looked towards the door, taking note of its vacancy. I can see why he didn't decide to come. My gaze drifted down to the pillows as I let out a trembling sigh. You can just tell him I'm sorry, I don't think he wants to see me. Actually. A soft voice permeated the air, barely audible. A small figure with ice-white hair, matching white eyes, clad in the same light gray attire as me, walked into the room. It was Damien. I do want to see you. Damien's body trembled as he walked into the room, his small frame shaking like a leaf in the wind. He stood still for a small moment, the boy's large yet sunken eyes meeting my own. Suddenly, he leapt at me, his arms clinging tightly around my shirt as his head buried into my chest, racking with small, inscrutable sobs. Oh, kid. My heart stopped beating for a few seconds, a trail of goosebumps running up my body. Warm, salty tears began to sprinkle in the corners of my eyes, tears I barely tried to contain. I held the boy close, my own eyes clenching shut, my head burying into the kid's hair, inhaling his musky fragrance. It was like holding my own child. I sat like this for what seemed like hours, sniffling softly as the boy's trembling stopped, the gentle rise and fall of his chest the only ambient noise. 2 days later. Come on, it's almost freezing. I protested, immensely reluctant to get out of bed. Shinso scoffed, tugging on his vest that hung beside the door. He adjusted his collar, fastening it around his neck as he smiled in my direction. Why would you be in a fancy getup if you're gonna be in bed all day? Good point, those aren't even comfortable pajamas, Damien chuckled, stepping out of the bathroom. Both of their gazes seemed to bore into my soul, burning away at my very being. With a surge of final reluctance, my body sluggishly trailed out of bed. By now, the insectoid limbs on my body had disappeared, but the strange feeling of them always seemed to cling to me. I looked out at the crimson moon, swallowing my spit. Are you sure we should do this? It's just a walk in the woods, nothing dangerous. Shinso interjected, tossing Damien his coat. Damien fumbled with the buttons for a few moments before finally getting it right. He took a step back, admiring himself in the mirror like a valiant knight. Wasn't Amy supposed to join us? He asked, turning back to me. Her name's Ayumi. And yes, she will be. Damn, the snow's quite pretty when there's no big storm coming down from the sky. Ayumi ran her gloved hand across the trunk of a tree, feeling the rough texture beneath her fingertips. She then turned to Shinso, smirking like a Cheshire cat. I know why you brought us out here. Hearing her words, Shinso's face flushed a little. He raised his collar over his cheeks, shivering a little. Damn, I was kinda right. At this moment, a snowball shot through the air, hitting him in the back of the head. Shinso's body snapped around, his face now bearing telltale annoyance. Look, the pussycat's all angry. Damien chuckled, balling more snow and tossing it at Shinso. Shut up you little twerp. Shinso knelt down to pick up some snow, but he paused for a beat and looked in my direction. I stood on the edge of the forest, looking out into the cluster of evergreen trees that ran for what seemed like miles before stopping in front of the mountains. The crimson moon was now highest in the sky, casting ethereal light down onto my form. Ootser, you can't just grow wings and, I don't know, fly me around. Shinso smiled sheepishly, rubbing his neck as he walked over to me. My body immediately tensed, my cheeks heating profusely. A small tingle ebbed in my back, and my head began to buzz a little. I don't know, maybe I could, maybe I couldn't. I turned around, taking a deep breath. I then looked up at the crimson moon, my smile twitching slightly. Though, I kinda like this world. We may not get home for a while, but any world I'm in is worth protecting, because I have people that care about me and them. Yeah, I like that too. Shinso's voice lowered to a whisper as he leaned in closer, his indigo eyes narrowing slightly. His hand found my chin, cupping it lightly and nudging it in his direction. The distance between our faces was only a few millimeters, Shinso's breath refreshingly hot against my face, a contrast to the cold around us. I know you've changed deep down, but you're too damn stubborn to show it on the surface. My eyes widened the moment our lips collided, the pleasurably warm sensation coursing through my body. I let out a little moan, leaning in closer to his embrace. I felt Shinso's hands wrap around my waist, pulling me in a little closer, backing us up into a tree. The kiss was light, yet contained the weight of 100 suns. Our lips parted only for a moment, my breath coming in short gasps, my eyes narrowed with pleasure and desire. Damn. Shinso smirked like a demon, his hands still wrapped around my waist. He pulled me in closer, embracing me in a warm hug. Hey, what the hell? Ayumi ran over, immediately wrapping her own arms around us. Shortly after, I felt a pair of two tiny arms wrap around my waist as Damien joined the embrace too. This moment may have been small, but it was with people who saw me for who I was. I wasn't someone who was misunderstood, I'm someone who's still lost in this world. Somewhere out there are angels and gods, cosmic stuff beyond my comprehension. But I'll figure it all out soon. For now, I'd rather spend my time with people who care about me. People who see me as both a loser and a winner. A lover and a broken boy. But most of all, the boy who read under a cherry tree in the park, who loved long books, who sat alone when eating lunch. People who saw me and loved me. That's what mattered most. I am still a loser for sure, and I'm proud to fit that role. Me, Shinso, and Ayumi can be losers together. I'm sure of it. Hanging over the countless evergreen trees were azure skies and fluffy clouds, alongside the occasional bird that cawed loudly. Overall, it was a tranquil scene if you ignored the thick, vicious smoke coming from the middle of the field. There was smoke. Lots of it. The snow had been burnt, along with the grass. The now light-colored blades incinerated by the roaring flames. The villagers scurried in a panic, screaming and crying as everything they knew was burnt to the ground, to ashes, never to be seen again, no trace of its existence condemned to memory. The last thing they saw when they looked back was a crimson banner raised high over the ruins, flapping in the artificial wind. "He is coming, and you can't stop it," was scrawled in an ancient language. End of Volume 1, The Loser. Barren, gray clouds remained suspended in the sky, obscuring almost all natural light that dared to permeate this cover. Below it was an ocean of similar hue, raging and tyrannical in nature. The nearest ship, with a hull over 20 meters, couldn't shake off the instinct to rock and conflict with the waves, only desire, capsizing all it encountered. The crew on board moved and shuffled like frantic, rabid dogs. Calloused, wrinkled hands moved in a flurry to stabilize the ship's internal functions. Gears were spun in ear-straining, screaming circles, metallic, rust-ridden pipes spout out viscous, ink-black smoke that seemed to engulf the internal chambers in a darkness akin to the night. Outside, thunder called in the distance, barely making a murmur over the constant, almost ambient collisions of waves on the wooden ship. The ship's captain, a scrawny man with a thick, unkempt beard, was slumped in his quarters. Though his attention was mostly focused on the novella in his grip, his brown eyes shifted to the man at the wheel, directing the boat amidst the storm. "How's it look out there?" His voice came out a low rumble, much like the thunder and waves. The man at the wheel turned back, his face slightly pale in color. His hands began to tremble around the cylindrical shape of the wheel, making the captain immediately suspect he wasn't in a good enough emotional position to direct the ship through the storm. "Take a nap or something, anything to get a break." The captain stood up, almost every joint in his body creaking audibly like unmaintained, neglected metal. At this moment, the nearest circular window burst open, bringing with it a torrent of bitter, unwanted wind, and ice-cold rain. The older man let out a low groan as he moved to cover his face, taking slow, lethargic steps to the window and slamming it shut. After the room had once again fallen into silence, he let out a low sigh and sat back down in his seat. Caw, caw. His head snapped to his left, immediately noticing the ink-black raven perched in the steering wheel, its marble-like eyes fixated on the storm outside. The raven's golden-colored feet wrapped around the grip of the steering wheel, and its wings spread wide as if it were about to fly through the window. "Get outta here, why blimey bastard." The captain's body shot up with a vigor deeply contradictory to his age, snagging a hand around the midsection of the bird as he trotted over to the window. With a quick thrust, he burst open the captain's window and tossed the raven outside, back into the storm. "Damn animals don't respect their place." The black bird recovered quickly though, regaining its equilibrium in a matter of moments to readjust to the weather and sea. Its wings spread wide as it began to soar with the winds, the natural currents amplifying its speed by a great margin. Its eyes darted to the ocean below, the desolate gray waves roared and toppled like chaos in liquidated form. Caw, caw. It let out more audible noises as an inscrutable figure appeared in the fog. Its contours were sharp and jagged like a tree chopped down with an insufficient, rusty axe. As the fog eventually cleared, the shape came into view. An island stood amidst the roaring waves, proud and defiant to natural instinct. There wasn't a tree in sight, or any indication that there had been land and naturalistic landmarks before colonization of this space. Soaked, cobblestone streets barely contained themselves under the heavy downpour, and everyone outside fled and scrambled to find cover. What stood out most was the architectural marvel standing almost 300 feet in height. Charcoal in color, the countless towers and viewpoints were adorned with stone statues of gargoyles, nude women, ancient dragons, and other symbols of grandeur and prestige. The raven let out a final caw as it swooped low, its body only inches from the streets below. It suddenly soared back up after reaching the tail end of the market, flying up the side of the Gothic, eccentric palace. It abruptly twisted its body, narrowly slivering through an open window, landing on the rock-hard floor of the palace with a wet plop that echoed off the walls and oriel ceiling. The entire throne room was dark-colored stone, with faint accents of orange marble and accents of fiery crimson. A thin trail of black mist emanated from the raven until it engulfed it in its entirety. The mist quickly spread upwards like a pillar of artificial darkness. Within the mist the outline and contours of a human quickly surfaced. Though, the only thing properly segregating it from human identification were their fangs and pointed, elfin ears. As the mist cleared, a figure came into clear view. He had bronze-colored skin, flashing crimson eyes alongside crimson hair and faded into black, combed neatly with a spiky edge. His clothing was mostly blood red and black, melting in with their traits and appearance in an almost seamless way. His sharp teeth were positioned between his tongue, which he clicked in surprise as he looked around. For the most part, the throne room was empty. "I'll throw a rebellion if he isn't true to his word. The emperor said he'd be in this exact spot." At this moment, a voice sounded from the corner of the room. Sometimes one's personal agenda is held in higher favor than the most prestigious of allies. She was a woman of above-average height, long brown hair that cascaded past her shoulders, freckles, and emerald eyes. She was clad in a long brown coat and white underdress that exposed quite a significant portion of her clavicle. The bells on her boots jingled as she approached the crimson-haired man, scoffing. Though, quite contradictory coming from the daughter of the second most powerful figure in the kingdom. She huffed, smiling. "Does your father neglect you perhaps? Being the confidant of the emperor himself means his schedule is packed more than the grain mills." He looked up at her, his sharp teeth bearing a small, seductive smirk. "Neglect? I'd consider that statement blasphemous. My father may be immensely busy, but that doesn't mean he's unable to sunder his daily life for a young adult like me. He knows I reek with self-proclaimed independence." "Did he say that? Sounds awfully contradictory, that wordplay." The woman smirked, removing her hands from the pocket of her coat. "No, Emperor Katsuki said so. My father would say I blossom with it." At this moment, illusory spheres of energy condensed in her palm, taking the form of an illusory white and green flower. She raised her hands to her nose and sniffed it, allowing the radiant, graceful scent to dissipate into the pungent, morbid atmosphere. She then reached into her locks, tucking the flower within them. "If he didn't dedicate any time to me, how could I have reached Order 5 with his help?" "Ah, I see. I must say, I don't think history books would like to document the first angel of the vitality pathway as Hazel Midoriya." He stuffed his hands into the pockets of his silk trousers, his lips twitching faintly. "Maybe your father's surname isn't the best for you. And yours is. I can't remember the last time Cavendish fitted my name. I'd say the deities above hated you, or your bloodline to give you such a rash last name." Hearing Hazel's statement, he couldn't help but chuckle darkly. "Cale Cavendish is a name with far more public recognition than yours, dear. If I remember correctly, the only time you're sent out of the castle is either to fulfill the position of an errand girl or to calm down a nationwide fight. My father holds me in high regard, and high prestige. I don't see the issue with it." Kale extended his left hand, cupping Hazel's cheek gently. He leaned in close, his breath hot on her nose. Or he's worried about the bastards and cheaters. After all, the average street whore who'd do it for a couple bronze coins would slither away and perish if they caught sight of you. Me, a prostitute. I'd say you're far out of your game to assume that. Hazel's emerald eyes flickered as she smiled, showing off her perfectly shining teeth. A smile like mine could cast out demons. At this moment the door opened, and a figure walked in. His hair was blonde and spiky, giving anyone without context the assumption that it could cut metal like a loaf of bread. His eyes were much like Kale's, crimson and sharp like the edge of a finely tended sword. Metallic, guttural sounds of metal echoed through the throne room as he made his way to the center, meeting the two with an assertive gaze. I've told you too many times, no love making in my throne room. Kale turned to face Emperor Katsuki, smirking. We weren't even undressed yet. Additionally, he tucked his gloved hands back into his pocket, scoffing lightly. The family has been your greatest asset for countless generations. I'm sure you'd develop such credibility not to assume vulgar stuff happens when you look away. Kale approached the Emperor, meeting him at eye level. Unless the intelligence of our Emperor has been polluted by mindless fighting. Emperor Katsuki's eyes met Kale's and he let out a low, seemingly annoyed growl. The man, clad in armor, turned away, making his way to his throne. The sound of him sitting down echoed loudly through the mottled chamber, causing everyone to flinch. I'm genuinely curious, your voyage to Seraphis Kingdom must have been exciting. Kale nodded his head, bowing with a hint of solemnity. Yes, their agricultural production has seemingly spiked, even amidst these awful winter months. As expected, Emperor Katsuki turned to the window, his left eye, covered with a ghoulish scar, closed shut. After a few moments, his eyes opened, and he looked towards Kale. Walk with me. I'd like to hear more about Seraphis. Hearing the Emperor's invitation, Kale's body immediately adjusted. His posture sharpened by a degree, allowing him to appear more in the moment. He smiled softly as he approached the throne, gazing at Emperor Katsuki. Of course, Emperor Katsuki remained in his seat, his trademark scowl embedded on his face. His armor was a roadmap of scars, damage, chipped plating. The noticeable cut on his left eye had long dried up, no longer leaking any blood. With a slow, deliberate sigh, he finally stood up and stretched his arms over his head until a joint or two popped. Old age. Kale leaned down, a playful yet subtly instigating smirk plastering his face. I hope not. I'm only 500 years old. Emperor Katsuki made his way to a set of doors on the side of the throne room, turning back to Kale. As the duo walked, the wall lamps perched on either end of the hallway lit up, revealing countless photos. Some showed him, a lot younger than he was currently. In some he smiled, in others he bore a more solemn expression. As Kale walked, he noticed more and more details unravel the longer he gazed at the photographs and paintings. Suddenly, the Emperor's sharp voice permeated the dusty, refined air of the palace hallway. So their grain production has skyrocketed even during the winter. Kale nodded, walking slowly. Even whilst addressing the Emperor, his gaze remained on the photos, enraptured by the drawn memories and projections. I can confirm that through the ambassador's letter. Ambassador Charles made sure to highlight their sheer quantity of carrots, joking it was for some sort of thematic event or festival. The Emperor only sneered, his fists curling and uncurling. I wouldn't be surprised if Seraphis Kingdom does have something like that. They're already unorthodox in many ways. Are you just envious they technologically advanced faster than this place? I haven't seen a blimp here in what seems like epochs. Kale teased, catching up to the Emperor. Emperor Katsuki suddenly froze in his tracks, his fists clenching slightly. He turned around to face Kale, his expression twitching. My mother never succumbed to blind rage over something as trivial as technology. He turned back around, facing a painting on the wall. A woman with blonde hair like his own, and matching crimson eyes, sat down in a wooden chair as she had her figure painted. She wasn't smiling, bearing a signature solemn expression. Technology is the essence of vulnerability. I'm sure if I went to Seraphis Kingdom, I could take down the entire place with one hand. But would your mother have done that? Kale clasped his hands behind his back, walking beside the Emperor and freezing before the portrait. Emperor Katsuki remained silent, his gaze fixated on the portrait. For a few moments, he was hesitant to speak. Something within his eyes told Kale a story lasting centuries. That's not important, we can continue this discussion in my quarters. The workspace was tranquil and silent to the average passerby, dimly lit by a few candles hanging from the ceiling by an intricate yet flimsy chain and pulley system. Nested at the desk were a series of items, a thick and dusty manuscript, a fountain pen, and some half-dried ink. Some of it was spilled across the table with a towel on top of it in an attempt to soak up the remnants. Near the extravagant four-post bed were a few bookshelves lined with dusty volumes and unflipped pages. Some of the books described agriculture, war, and politics, while others dove more into myth and fable, telling tales of valiant heroes fighting arcane forces, damsels in distress, and existential cosmic horror. The door suddenly opened, and a string of light from the hallway permeated the room, illuminating the desk and papers on top of it. In walked a figure. His hair was tangled, forest green in color. Much like his own daughter, he donned freckles that lightly peppered his cheeks. His eyes were the same emerald green, but his armor sharply contrasted the homey, almost ambient atmosphere of the room. With a heavy sigh, Emperor, or designate Izuku, slowly trotted in, his hands moving slowly as he removed his crown adorned with green jewels, placing it on the bedside table. Shortly after, he began to remove his armor piece by piece. Soon enough, he was almost bare, clad in loose pants and slippers. In the dim lighting of his room, Izuku gazed into the mirror, silently admiring his own physique. He was never one to gloat or flaunt his own appearance, but he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of accomplishment and solemnity within aligning personality, an emperor of an entire kingdom, looking broad and undefeatable in combat. Though, what lay beneath the intimidating build was something softer, a love for his own daughter and friends. Yes, he was an emperor, but he didn't want his political role to overstep familial, more human aspects of his own self. Father. Hazel stepped into the doorway, watching the man who was now entirely topless, exposing his toned skin and defining features. Yes, dear. Emperor Izuku approached the closet, opening it wide to reveal a space one could walk into. The racks were lined with countless linen shirts, sleepwear, and formal attire. With an indistinct mumble, he picked up the mass of his armor, teleporting it onto the wooden mannequin positioned in the back. The wooden figure's frame groaned as the hulking armor abruptly engulfed its frame, threatening to break it to pieces. Noticing this, Izuku's brows furrowed as he shook his head. As Izuku worked to improve the durability of the mannequin, Hazel stepped into the walk-in closet, her mouth gaping slightly at the sheer quantity of clothing her father possessed. She ran her hands along the fabrics, feeling the countless textures and surfaces under her fingertips. Some were soft and silky like water, cold to the touch. Others were thick and stuffy like wool, and some garments possessed an eerie stiffness, like they too were armor. I have a feeling you'll send me off on a mission of some sort. Hazel finally spoke up, looking towards her busy father. Emperor Izuku finally let go of the mannequin, turning back to face her. With a small smile, he walked over to her and placed a hand on her shoulder. Well, I'd like to say you're wrong. I was going to take a quick rest, maybe my subconscious will tell me something, maybe something we can both do. His grip tightened around her coat, wrinkling the fabric a little. I stepped back a little to minimize the uncomfortable proximity. I have it that you and Kale are getting along. The words Hazel just heard made her scoff, her cheeks turning a light pink. He's troublesome to be the least rash. But he loves to grab my chin. Grab you. At this moment, Izuku's voice lowered, and something in the room seemed to change, becoming darker and foreboding. Don't worry, father. It's nothing of much concern. If that prick were to hit me, I'd tell you right away. The aura in the room quickly dissipated, and Izuku's smile returned. Good to hear. His gloved hands let go of Hazel's jacket, and he turned around to face the closet once again. You're a lot like your mother. She'd never hide her own problems or think she can handle the whole world on her shoulders. Izuku slowly reached his hand out, running it along the cheek of the wooden mannequin. His eyes softened slightly as he gazed into the broad, wooden features of the carved, featureless face. Upon looking at it up and down, he finally began to register the pose it silently struck at all times. Graceful, resemblant of a solemn, refined dancer finishing an act in front of a roaring, amorous crowd. I'd be flattered if I knew what she was like. Hazel's voice cut the atmosphere like a thick blade, permeating the illusory fantasy conjured within Izuku's own mind. He turned around to face Hazel, something in his expression shimmering in the dim light given by the candles. Without saying a word, he stepped out of the closet and approached the bedside table, reaching into a drawer. After rummaging through the countless miscellaneous items, his gloved hands clasped around a tiny object. It was a pink crystal about the size of a finger, glistening in iridescent hues of red and orange. This crystal. Izuku's explanation was cut short by Hazel's long, exasperated groan. Her fingers rubbed her glabella as she looked at the crystal. You've told me this story more times than I can recall. Even amidst the troublesome statement, she couldn't help but smile. But I love to see you still care about her, and me. The green-haired emperor turned back to Hazel, his lips twitching up again. He plopped down onto his four-post bed, the frame squeaking under his weight. He still held the pink crystal in his hands, rolling it in between his fingertips. His small smile soon faded, becoming more lifeless as he let out an almost inaudible, trembling sigh. I understand how much she meant to you, really, Hazel said, walking up to her father. She sat down beside him, taking his much larger, bulkier hand. Her hand wrapped around the iron-black fabric of his textured glove, feeling the palm of his hand with her finger. Hazel remained like this for a moment, recalling past events. I'm just glad you're not shutting me out. At this moment, Izuku looked down at Hazel, cupping her chin and raising her head to look at him. Izuku's gaze drifted back down to the crystal as he continued to roll it in his palm. I've heard horror stories from friends about their own children. They shout, bicker, and disobey. You, on the other hand. Izuku's hand lowered, giving her a gentle squeeze. A series of emotions flickered in his eyes, unreadable to most, as he looked at the freckles on his daughter's cheeks, the only thing that could have anyone guess the two were related in any way. I'm glad to have raised you the way that I did. Hearing his words, Hazel looked back up at her father, smiling softly. She suddenly leaned into him, wrapping her arms around him in an embrace. Though, I'm still disappointed I never got a little sibling. She chuckled breathlessly, burying her head into the crevices of her father's toned chest. What? Do you want me to go into the streets and pluck someone out? I'd love to do that for you. I'd do anything for you. And no. Of course not. Hazel playfully shoved her father away, chuckling lightly. I mean, there's really another way I can have another child. Emperor Izuku's gaze turned solemn as he turned his attention to a painting hanging over his bed. A woman with round brown eyes and short brown hair tied into a bun lay in a field, clad in a regal dress that expanded a meter in every direction, pink in color and adorned with countless beautiful flowers. She smiled softly as she admired a flower in between her fingertips, a yellow chrysanthemum. She always liked those flowers, thinking they brought good luck. Well, Hazel let go of her father's hand and closed her eyes. At this moment, numerous spheres of energy descended from seemingly nowhere, condensing and converging to form an illusory yellow flower, the same flower in the painting. Consider yourself lucky to have such a strong daughter. Hazel said with a smile as she placed the flower on the silk mattress, pushing it towards Izuku. The door, previously left open, creaked silently as more light filtered in. A figure came into view, a woman with crimson hair that ran down to her feet, and iron-black eyes. Her jawline was sharp and sufficient, and her clothing was all black in color. My lord, the emperor awaits your presence in the private chambers. Thank you, Krilla. Izuku smiled and bowed at the esoteric woman. As she turned around and left, Hazel reached out and grabbed her father by the arm. I've never seen her around, you two seem to know each other well. Izuku's brows furrowed in confusion as he gazed at his daughter. I don't know what you mean, the Cavendish family has been our longest supporting family, dating back long before even I was born. Hazel's brows furrowed as she stood up, her expression turning slightly contemplative as she analyzed her father's words. Kale had never previously mentioned anyone aside from him as a member within the palace. After a moment of deliberation, she made a choice to inquire with him either during or after dinner. Aren't you getting engaged with one to begin with? Izuku looked towards her, feeling a small wave of wariness. I just haven't familiarized myself with much history, that's all. It's not that I don't care about my partners. Hazel turned towards the door, sighing as she left without saying a word. Izuku watched, his expression gradually softening as he moved back into the closet. After gathering an outfit that looked more presentable, he quickly changed and made his way down the hallway. For the most part, the castle always seemed dark and empty, aside from the ambient dimness of the candles. The constant dark tones and monstrous statues of creatures from myth always sent a shiver coursing down his spine. One day, perhaps I should have Hazel properly attire this place, Izuku thought to himself, chuckling under his breath. Round in perimeter, the discussion hall held as much solemnity as it did constant banter. Decades, if not centuries of discourse and dispute were the very reason this aureole space continued to remain. In periods where political tension broiled low, and economic growth prospered and flourished, wealthy investors and traders had opted and bid countless times to transform the room into a party or dance hall. Of course, Emperor Katsuki, alongside his own mother, were revolted by the idea. War, efficiency, and lack of mellowness was paramount. Within the hall was a round table, much like the room itself in shape. Around the table were 15 high-backed chairs, each engraved with a specific symbol. Anyone vying to discuss agricultural production would be situated in the seat with a symbol of wheat, while those fixated on war and combat would be accommodated to either a seat with a sword or spear symbol. It didn't take a genius to guess why there was more than one war chair. As Emperor Izuku pushed open the two massive doors, their stone frames creaked and groaned loudly. As he got himself situated in a personal chair, one commissioned for a ruler, his gaze shifted to Emperor Katsuki, who had prompted his boots onto the table like the latter didn't have a care in the world. For someone who prioritized war and conflict, it didn't surprise Izuku that he was doing this to begin with. At this moment, another figure stepped through the door. Clad in a long brown coat and servant's attire, he strode over to the table with a plate in hand. On the plate was a teapot and a small stack of teacups. Upon a glance, he didn't look that unordinary. But when one would put in effort, they could spot the fluffy, almost canine-like ears protruding past his mop of brown hair, alongside his bushy tail slackly trailing behind them, giving a feeble twitch every once in a while. They sent the dog. Emperor Katsuki sneered, glancing in the direction of the almost canine servant. If that's too much of an issue, I'll pencil dive off the castle to save you the trouble. His lips twitched into an almost mocking smile as he served the emperor some scalding black tea, almost overflowing the cup on purpose. After doing this, he took a step back, his tail flicking back and forth as the emperor picked up the mug with his gauntlet-covered hands, bringing it to his lips. At this moment, his eyes widened as he spat the tea out, coating the table in front of him. You never told me it would be that hot. Hearing this, the brown-haired canine-like servant scoffed, his grip on the now empty plate quivering slightly. You never told me the temperature you wanted. His mocking smile remained on his face, something that seemed to aggravate the emperor even more. But, instead of engaging with brute, unkindled force, Emperor Katsuki pushed the teacup away with a low groan, the veins in his head bulging slightly. He folded his arms over his chest, the armor creaking as he did so. Leave, or maybe I'll toss you myself. The servant's furry ears twitched in his brown hair as he turned around, walking out of the hall as he cursed under his breath. Kale, who had been silently assessing the entire interaction, finally spoke up as he bit into a slab of meat. You should treat your servants more cordially, then you wouldn't have to worry about them stabbing you in the back. His words hung in the air, only for Emperor Katsuki to suck them into one ear and out the other. Like they'd be able to do anything to me. Is that how your mother would have acted? Belittling the elementary combat training of the servants. Kale leaned forward, wiping the corner of his lips with a clean rag. Emperor Katsuki silently sunk in his chair, huffing like an immature child. His lower lip puffed out, quivering ever so slightly. Emperor Izuku, who also saw the interaction occur, couldn't help but huff as he rubbed his glabella. Anyways, you inquired about my findings. Kale stood up from his chair, walking over to the large circular window that stood multiple meters tall. Outside, the gloomy, almost morbid atmosphere of the Kachin Empire came into view. The streets were nearly barren, with snow piling about a foot in height. The citizens of the empire slugged through the street, their faces pale and adorned with dark circles. Even the children, usually bright and plump, exhibited clear, almost disturbing signs of malnourishment. Kale's analytical crimson eyes raked over the grisly sight, only for Emperor Katsuki's clear-cut voice to sever the perceptive sightseeing. His elven, pointed ears twitched as he looked back to the emperor, clearing his throat. Yes, Seraphis Kingdom. At this moment, Kale dug into his silk trousers, taking out what appeared to be a gold coin. On one face of the coin was a man with curled hair, a prominent, almost sharp nose, and a solemn expression. On the back side of the coin was a field, filled to the rim with stalks of corn and wheat, alongside an insignia of a beautiful woman cradling a fawn. Truly a remarkable place. Both emperors' gaze remained fixated on the coin, noticing how its golden shell glistened in the dim lighting of the candles. Emperor Izuku cleared his throat as he spoke in a low voice. You bear currency that's invaluable here, why? Well, Kale flipped the coin with his forefinger, catching it in the center of his calloused palms. It landed on the face with the crops and insignia. In the dim lighting, the face of the woman smiled down onto the crops, silently blessing the crops, and the people, with a bountiful harvest. Their currency is contradictory to say in the manner that gets through his head. Kale extended his other hand, tapping the forehead of Emperor Katsuki. The blonde-haired ruler gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. He quickly refrained the urge to attack, clenching his fists taut to distract his habitual, blood-driven instincts. Elaborate. Emperor Izuku arched an eyebrow, his expression turning analytical, almost deeply skeptical. Kale turned to the green-haired man with freckles, nodding his head. His crimson eyes drifted back to the face of the coin as he kept speaking. My voyage has been prosperous, but their current situation is not. To be completely honest, I'm disappointed your ambassador hasn't contacted you personally. I didn't want to hear about carrots. Emperor Katsuki raised his arms behind his head, leaning back in his chair as it creaked under his weight. Well, if you looked past the normalcies of that report, you'd uncover countless issues. I would have told you everything in the throne room, but I fear this is of utmost importance, a subject both figures of prestige must hear and think about. Kale tucked the coin back into his pocket as he turned back around to face the window, his expression unreadable. Your off-site garrisons are on the brink of starvation. Apparently, even amidst their agricultural and technological advances, the harshness of winter is plummeting their food production this year, something that's never occurred before. Hearing the situation, Emperor Izuku exchanged a glance with his comrade, his brows furrowing a little. Could it be that their technological advances are beginning to stagnate? Without waiting for any feedback, he kept speaking. I've recalled myths and legends. When gods are angry, they'd unleash famine and chaos upon their believers. Emperor Katsuki sneered, now smirking. We haven't heard anything about gods in forever. According to your little fables, Mother Nature fled into hiding after the cataclysm. And, he leaned forward, his expression also changing to a certain extent. Why would she want to do such a thing? I still remember the stories you'd tell Hazel. If she really was as benevolent and compassionate as your tales say, either they were written by a phony or even the gods are good liars. Sacrilege. Emperor Izuku turned around, furrowing his brows. Something in his emerald eyes flickered, and he let out a quiet sigh. His shoulders sagged as he eased his nerves. Emperor Izuku walked back to his seat, readjusting himself. After a few moments of silence, Kale spoke once again. Maybe your majesty's myths are true, and the gods have wrought havoc upon us. But, let's focus on something less out of our control. He turned back to the duo, his expression still as indescribable as before. Good rulers know how to make decisions quickly, so, what do you have in mind? Emperor Izuku raised his hand, silently signaling to the others in the room. I suggest having our ambassador stay in Seraphis Kingdom longer than anticipated. If we can accumulate more knowledge than anticipated, perhaps he can give us valuable insight on the current status of the kingdom. For example, what if they're starving too and unable to fend for themselves? And, they're the backbone of us in terms of food too. Kale abruptly cleared his throat, scoffing. Wasn't he scheduled to find out more regarding the Adligan clans? If we are to also invite them to our political landscape, we must appear as solemn and presentable as possible. Emperor Izuku turned to him, slowly shaking his head as he spoke. New alliances can wait, current ones are in threat of jeopardization. Ah, I see someone in this room's intelligent enough to listen and make good decisions. Kale turned to Emperor Katsuki, his smile twitching almost playfully. Ha, like you'd do anything better than me. Emperor Katsuki slammed his hand on the circular table, sending small ripples through his untouched cup of black tea. Emperor Izuku suddenly clenched his throat, coughing furiously as he collapsed to his knees. The skin on his left cheek began to ripple and pulse, with pink, flesh and tendrils protruding in an insectoid fashion. Emperor Izuku shot up from his chair, rushing over to him. "God damn it, you're coughing again." He quickly wrapped an arm around his friend's shoulder, helping him to his feet. Emperor Izuku's feet buckled beneath his armor, threatening to give way if he dared to do little as walk. "I'll help you back to your quarters." Emperor Katsuki's grip tightened as he slowly made his way to the towering stone doors. Kale watched from the sidelines, his sharp eyes ever the more analytical. His gloved hands remained clasped behind his back as he watched the duo depart without saying a word. As the stone door opened and closed, accompanied by Emperor Katsuki making curses in relation to its weight, the crimson-haired man couldn't help but shake his head as a faint slimmer of disapproval crossed his expression. Once he was alone, he turned back to the large, oriel window, peering outside at the snow-covered streets below, and the coughing, sickly children who groaned about having little food to eat. A thought suddenly passed his mind, and he couldn't help but scoff. Kale, who now donned a practical suit and trousers, adjusted the lapels of his shirt's collar and stepped into the building. The eatery was dimly lit, vastly unassuming to the average passerby. Wooden tables and chairs lined the walls, and a fireplace was nestled in the corner of the room, flickering with crimson flames. Situated above the fire was the decapitated head of a moose, its mouth wide open in a silent scream. It told Kale all he needed to know in terms of how it was butchered. His gaze remained on the moose for a few moments before he turned to the man with icy blue eyes, smiling. "You really want to know about him?" The man, with his gaunt face and pale skin, nodded his head as he took a step back, collapsing into a wooden chair by a round table. With the wave of his hand, turquoise flames emerged and condensed in his palm, taking the form of a tea set. Upon seeing this, Kale chuckled and sat down across from him. "Head. Chaos, is it? I fear the names get jumbled in my head." Kale picked up a cup of tea, sipping it leisurely, his gaze fixated on the peculiar and enigmatic man. Head Chaos stood 6'1", his figure lean and refined, much like Kale. Kale stood at 5'9", so he had to raise his eyes to properly look at him. "We're both nobles, so I'd refrain from addressing me as such. You can call me by my real name, Alexander." Kale absorbed the information, nodding his head as he put the teacup down. He then focused his attention back to the current matter. "Are you sure we should discuss this in such an unassuming place?" The slightest of intervention could jeopardize the entire discussion. At this moment, Alexander let out a low chuckle as he dug into his chest pocket, taking out a small vial of dark red liquid. The gaunt man unscrewed the lid and brought it to his nose, sniffing the substance greedily like a voracious, gluttonous pig. His lips twitched up as he smiled before saying with some pride in his voice, "The last person to compromise my inner circle was found in a matter of days. What you see here is what's left of them." Kale stared into the vial of crimson blood, his interest brewing like a gradually heating stew. He slowly took the vial from Alexander's hand, rolling it back and forth in his palm. "Anyways, I took a slight detour in my emperor's mission, stopping by to look around the kingdom. Aside from their disgustingly advanced technology and wide range of markets, a specific individual couldn't help but grasp my attention." An illusory string of crimson appeared in between Kale's fingers, before dissipating into what looked like human hair. "Are you going to give me information, or put a curse on them?" Alexander chuckled deprecatingly, eyeing the singular strand of hair. Without saying a word, Kale clenched his fist, causing the hair to ascend above the table. Crimson energy seeped from the hair, suddenly bursting into rampant flames and condensed into an image, a clear image showing the blackened streets of Seraphis' kingdom. Wraiths, undead creatures, and ghouls screamed and hollered in pain and sorrow as they were sucked into the palm of a boy who looked around 15 to 16 years old. His hair cascaded down past his ears, stopping at around his neck. Behind his glasses were a pair of grayish-brown eyes, and he was clad in a gray tunic, one purposed for hospitalization. What seemed to take them aback the most were the insectoid limbs protruding from the boy's sides. "When was this?" Alexander arched an eyebrow, watching the scene with unfiltered enrapturement. 2 weeks ago, the last blood moon. This feat of power is astonishing." Kale looked up at Alexander, scoffing. "He's also on the apocalypse pathway, just as I am, just like everyone below us is. At Order 9, doing all this. It took me months to learn how to absorb spirits and creatures into my own body. How hasn't this boy perished by now? I don't know. But he's a figure of interest. This world hasn't seen a seeker of our own pathway, especially one outside our own ranks, in almost a millennium. Hearing this, Alexander looked back to Kale, his icy blue eyes flickering with ambition. Are you gonna blindly approach him and invite him into our ranks? He's just an adolescent, but he's surely intelligent, he'd immediately suspect something. The man with elven ears and red hair leaned back in his chair, prompting his boots onto the table, kicking the tea set to the floor. The moment the fine china hit the wooden floorboards, it disappeared into illusory azure flames. The goal isn't immediate gravitation. In this day and age, simply approaching a child who doesn't know you could have one locked behind bars, maybe even killed. Instead, strategy is paramount. It's like advancing the very pathways that govern our world. Gradual climbing, advancement, and patience are the keystones to success. With that said, Kale stood up and rapped his foot on a particular floorboard. At that moment, the entire floor seemed to rumble as the boards began to split down the middle, making way for an entrance that descended into darkness. On either end of the stairwell were torches ablaze with crimson embers. Now, let's talk politics, shall we? You said your inner echelons were compromised. How long ago? Kale asked, his arms folded neatly behind his back as he walked. Alexander fell silent for a moment before replying with little hesitancy. About a month and a half ago. Upon interrogation, we learned nothing, not even their name, or why they were sent here to begin with. Why not torture them? That's as effective as it seems to be. The man with a sharp jawline and icy eyes shook his head, letting out a low sigh. Even heretics have a degree of mortality. While my comrades would happily torture them, I look on the less brutal, less inhumane side of life. The duo stopped in front of massive stone doors engraved with patterns. The moment Alexander grasped the door handle, the illusory symbols lit up with crimson energy. After all, the best way to look good is to do good, even if it's good nobody expects, or anticipates. Stepping into the hall, they caught sight of countless other individuals around a circular stone table. In contrast to the almost ancient-looking environment, the floors were carpeted, and a fireplace roared in the corner. From the ceiling was an expensive, diamond-clad chandelier that flickered and cascaded lights and images off the walls. Everyone in the room turned their heads to look at the duo, nodding in unison as they entered. Kale conjured a pipe in his hands as he sat down in his corresponding seat, placing his feet on the table like a careless ruler. Alexander, on the other hand, sat with his shoulders raised and back straight, adopting a more solemn and refined appearance. The emperors made a proposition to keep Charles in Seraphis' kingdom longer than expected. If any of you forgot, he's been tasked with running reports on grain and agricultural production. Kale announced. Everyone in the room fell silent, their expressions unreadable. At this moment, one of them, a young man with fluffy white hair, animalistic ears, and a bushy tail, raised his hand to speak. We'd like to know why. Within this chamber, individualism was a rare concept, as almost everyone present possessed the same political and moral ideology. Therefore, "we" was a term used to symbolize a collective body's interest in particular matters. In my inquiry with the emperors, they discussed the grain output and garrisons on the brink of starvation. Allegedly, the winters are getting colder and harder to manage, leading to possibly the Kachin Empire's biggest asset with food, therefore growing less productive. Kale lowered his pipe, setting it on the table and pushing it aside. The man with the white hair let out a low sigh as he ran a hand through his hair. Within the thick locks, his fox-like ears twitched and responded to the sudden chill in the air. At this moment, he seemed to enter an abrupt emotional state. You said our goal was to help Seraphis in any way, whether political or agricultural, so why aren't we taking action? The man slammed his fist on the table, small claws protruding from his fingertips. Calm yourself, Felonius. Is this anger because your friend's working as a servant instead of settling his bushy little tail in a seat beside you? Kale pointed to the empty seat beside Felonius, a choice he had made himself to mock the mutant man. The man with ice-white hair let out a low growl as his dull, pointed teeth extended, turning into two fangs that sat in his mouth. Kale suddenly extended his palm, and ink-black tendrils projected from his fingertips, coiling around Felonius's wrists, ankles, and dangerously tight around his neck. Nobody in the chamber dared to move or speak as Kale's eyes dimmed, flickering with palpable yet refined malice. His forked tongue dove to his lips, licking them almost seductively as he pulled Felonius in his direction, pausing over the table. The almost feline man choked and gasped for air, only to find a limited amount could enter his windpipe, just enough to speak. "Remind me again, what's your position here?" Kale leaned back in his chair, swirling his finger in circles in an authoritative gesture. With spurted, barely contained gasps, Felonius could only spasm out words. 2. Aid, and provide, aid, 2. Seraphis Kingdom, so, they'd never, face, hardship. How exactly? Kale whispered, dragging Felonius a little closer, his forked tongue nearly inches from the latter's cheek. Alexander, who watched silently until now, whispered under his breath. "Kale, steady yourself." Kale ignored the man's order, hearing as Felonius let out an almost animalistic whimper as he kept speaking. Investors, bankers, loaners, people in all corners used to supervise and give the best decisions. Kale clenched his fist, and the tendrils suddenly disappeared. Felonius flopped down onto the table with a splat, his bushy white tail habitually wrapping around his midsection. "Sometimes I wonder if you're more animal than man," Kale hissed, clasping his hands together with a small smile. He looked back at the empty seat and silently commanded Felonius to sit back down. Felonius's ears dropped, his all-white garments fluttering as he scurried back to his seat on all fours. After getting himself situated, he looked away from the crimson-haired man with flustered embarrassment. "Is your entire kingdom like this, filled with your furry creatures?" Kale asked. It's a wide species there, the Indian Empire is very welcoming to us." "I'm not surprised in the slightest. Only the softest of nations, or softest of emperors would let a tailback like you into their space." Usually, Felonius would be insulted, almost furious from the usage of that slur. But after seeing what the latter was capable of, he kept his mouth shut and sank into his chair. His bottom lip trembled slightly, catching Kale's attention. It was at this moment that Kale's expression uncharacteristically softened. "I care about the Seraphites as much as you do, so don't take my more indifferent means as a declaration of my public image." "All right." Felonius fell silent, nodding his head without saying a word. After everything was settled, Kale raised his feet onto the table once again and kept speaking. "Now, due to your chaste desire to help Seraphis Kingdom, I presume you have plans." The man resembling both a human and an Arctic fox looked up at Kale, his tail twitching slightly. His lips parted, and his tongue dove out to lick them as he trembled slightly. "I mean, it's best we get to the bottom of why their grain is depleting, right?" Hearing this proposition, Kale shook his head as a small smile formed on his face. "That can happen later. Soon, I might send you to Seraphis Kingdom to run your own private investigation on the matter. Since the Indian Empire has a vast array of chancellors, nobles, and ambassadors, I commission you to assemble a carefully partitioned team based on the following criteria." Kale flicked his wrist, and flames appeared out of thin air, condensing in the form of a paper which he handed to Felonius. Felonius took the paper and arched an eyebrow upon seeing its contents. "These are, interesting criteria. I don't know if we possess those qualifications. If you don't, I recommend making it work." Kale smiled. "It will be done. I'll return in a week with the correct people," Felonius said as a small, twitching smile graced his face. He stood from his seat, bowing nobly towards the duo as he left the chamber through the massive stone doors. After the meeting had ended, Alexander turned to face Kale, asking him a question. "Who did you commission Felonius to find?" Kale raised his pipe to his lips, blowing some smoke as he replied with a sly smirk. "Governors, agricultural professionals, tax collectors, an apothecary, all the people needed." He leaned in closer, his breath gracing Alexander's ear. "We want to help the kingdom, right?" Kale, who now donned a practical suit and trousers, adjusted the lapels of his shirt's collar and stepped into the building. The eatery was dimly lit, vastly unassuming to the average passerby. Wooden tables and chairs lined the walls, and a fireplace was nestled in the corner of the room, flickering with crimson flames. Situated above the fire was the decapitated head of a moose, its mouth wide open in a silent scream. It told Kale all he needed to know in terms of how it was butchered. His gaze remained on the moose for a few moments before he turned to the man with icy blue eyes, smiling. You really want to know about him? The man, with his gaunt face and pale skin, nodded his head as he took a step back, collapsing into a wooden chair by a round table. With the wave of his hand, turquoise flames emerged and condensed in his palm, taking the form of a tea set. Upon seeing this, Kale chuckled and sat down across from him. Head. Chaos, is it? I fear the names get jumbled in my head. Kale picked up a cup of tea, sipping it leisurely, his gaze fixated on the peculiar and enigmatic man. Head Chaos stood 6'1", his figure lean and refined, much like Kale. Kale stood at 5'9", so he had to raise his eyes to properly look at him. We're both nobles, so I'd refrain from addressing me as such. You can call me by my real name, Alexander. Kale absorbed the information, nodding his head as he put the teacup down. He then focused his attention back to the current matter. Are you sure we should discuss this in such an unassuming place? The slightest of intervention could jeopardize the entire discussion. At this moment, Alexander let out a low chuckle as he dug into his chest pocket, taking out a small vial of dark red liquid. The gaunt man unscrewed the lid and brought it to his nose, sniffing the substance greedily like a voracious, gluttonous pig. His lips twitched up as he smiled before saying with some pride in his voice, "The last person to compromise my inner circle was found in a matter of days. What you see here is what's left of them." Kale stared into the vial of crimson blood, his interest brewing like a gradually heating stew. He slowly took the vial from Alexander's hand, rolling it back and forth in his palm. Anyways, I took a slight detour in my emperor's mission, stopping by to look around the kingdom. Aside from their disgustingly advanced technology and wide range of markets, a specific individual couldn't help but grasp my attention. An illusory string of crimson appeared in between Kale's fingers, before dissipating into what looked like human hair. Are you going to give me information, or put a curse on them? Alexander chuckled deprecatingly, eyeing the singular strand of hair. Without saying a word, Kale clenched his fist, causing the hair to ascend above the table. Crimson energy seeped from the hair, suddenly bursting into rampant flames and condensed into an image, a clear image showing the blackened streets of Seraphis' kingdom. Wraiths, undead creatures, and ghouls screamed and hollered in pain and sorrow as they were sucked into the palm of a boy who looked around 15 to 16 years old. His hair cascaded down past his ears, stopping at around his neck. Behind his glasses were a pair of grayish-brown eyes, and he was clad in a gray tunic, one purposed for hospitalization. What seemed to take them aback the most were the insectoid limbs protruding from the boy's sides. When was this? Alexander arched an eyebrow, watching the scene with unfiltered enrapturement. 2 weeks ago, the last blood moon. This feat of power is astonishing. Kale looked up at Alexander, scoffing. He's also on the apocalypse pathway, just as I am, just like everyone below us is. At Order 9, doing all this. It took me months to learn how to absorb spirits and creatures into my own body. How hasn't this boy perished by now? I don't know. But he's a figure of interest. This world hasn't seen a seeker of our own pathway, especially one outside our own ranks, in almost a millennium. Hearing this, Alexander looked back to Kale, his icy blue eyes flickering with ambition. Are you gonna blindly approach him and invite him into our ranks? He's just an adolescent, but he's surely intelligent, he'd immediately suspect something. The man with elven ears and red hair leaned back in his chair, prompting his boots onto the table, kicking the tea set to the floor. The moment the fine china hit the wooden floorboards, it disappeared into illusory azure flames. The goal isn't immediate gravitation. In this day and age, simply approaching a child who doesn't know you could have one locked behind bars, maybe even killed. Instead, strategy is paramount. It's like advancing the very pathways that govern our world. Gradual climbing, advancement, and patience are the keystones to success. With that said, Kale stood up and rapped his foot on a particular floorboard. At that moment, the entire floor seemed to rumble as the boards began to split down the middle, making way for an entrance that descended into darkness. On either end of the stairwell were torches ablaze with crimson embers. Now, let's talk politics, shall we? You said your inner echelons were compromised. How long ago? Kale asked, his arms folded neatly behind his back as he walked. Alexander fell silent for a moment before replying with little hesitancy. About a month and a half ago. Upon interrogation, we learned nothing, not even their name, or why they were sent here to begin with. Why not torture them? That's as effective as it seems to be. The man with a sharp jawline and icy eyes shook his head, letting out a low sigh. Even heretics have a degree of mortality. While my comrades would happily torture them, I look on the less brutal, less inhumane side of life. The duo stopped in front of massive stone doors engraved with patterns. The moment Alexander grasped the door handle, the illusory symbols lit up with crimson energy. After all, the best way to look good is to do good, even if it's good nobody expects or anticipates. Stepping into the hall, they caught sight of countless other individuals around a circular stone table. In contrast to the almost ancient-looking environment, the floors were carpeted, and a fireplace roared in the corner. From the ceiling was an expensive, diamond-clad chandelier that flickered and cascaded lights and images off the walls. Everyone in the room turned their heads to look at the duo, nodding in unison as they entered. Cale conjured a pipe in his hands as he sat down in his corresponding seat, placing his feet on the table like a careless ruler. Alexander, on the other hand, sat with his shoulders raised and back straight, adopting a more solemn and refined appearance. The emperors made a proposition to keep Charles in Seraphis' kingdom longer than expected. If any of you forgot, he's been tasked with running reports on grain and agricultural production. Cale announced. Everyone in the room fell silent, their expressions unreadable. At this moment, one of them, a young man with fluffy white hair, animalistic ears, and a bushy tail, raised his hand to speak. We'd like to know why. Within this chamber, individualism was a rare concept, as almost everyone present possessed the same political and moral ideology. Therefore, we was a term used to symbolize a collective body's interest in particular matters. In my inquiry with the emperors, they discussed the grain output and garrisons on the brink of starvation. Allegedly, the winters are getting colder and harder to manage, leading to possibly the Kachin Empire's biggest asset with food, therefore growing less productive. Cale lowered his pipe, setting it on the table and pushing it aside. The man with the white hair let out a low sigh as he ran a hand through his hair. Within the thick locks, his fox-like ears twitched and responded to the sudden chill in the air. At this moment, he seemed to enter an abrupt emotional state. You said our goal was to help Seraphis in any way, whether political or agricultural, so why aren't we taking action? The man slammed his fist on the table, small claws protruding from his fingertips. Calm yourself, Felonius. Is this anger because your friend's working as a servant instead of settling his bushy little tail in a seat beside you? Cale pointed to the empty seat beside Felonius, a choice he had made himself to mock the mutant man. The man with ice-white hair let out a low growl as his dull, pointed teeth extended, turning into two fangs that sat in his mouth. Cale suddenly extended his palm, and ink-black tendrils projected from his fingertips, coiling around Felonius's wrists, ankles, and dangerously tight around his neck. Nobody in the chamber dared to move or speak as Cale's eyes dimmed, flickering with palpable yet refined malice. His forked tongue dove to his lips, licking them almost seductively as he pulled Felonius in his direction, pausing over the table. The almost feline man choked and gasped for air, only to find a limited amount could enter his windpipe, just enough to speak. Remind me again, what's your position here? Cale leaned back in his chair, swirling his finger in circles in an authoritative gesture. With spurted, barely contained gasps, Felonius could only spasm out words. 2. Aid, and provide, aid, 2. Seraphis Kingdom, so, they'd never, face, hardship. How exactly? Cale whispered, dragging Felonius a little closer, his forked tongue nearly inches from the latter's cheek. Alexander, who watched silently until now, whispered under his breath. Cale, steady yourself. Cale ignored the man's order, hearing as Felonius let out an almost animalistic whimper as he kept speaking. Investors, bankers, loaners, people in all corners used to supervise and give the best decisions. Cale clenched his fist, and the tendrils suddenly disappeared. Felonius flopped down onto the table with a splat, his bushy white tail habitually wrapping around his midsection. Sometimes I wonder if you're more animal than man. Cale hissed, clasping his hands together with a small smile. He looked back at the empty seat and silently commanded Felonius to sit back down. Felonius's ears dropped, his all-white garments fluttering as he scurried back to his seat on all fours. After getting himself situated, he looked away from the crimson-haired man with flustered embarrassment. Is your entire kingdom like this, filled with your furry creatures? Kale asked. It's a wide species there, the Indian Empire is very welcoming to us. I'm not surprised in the slightest. Only the softest of nations, or softest of emperors would let a tailback like you into their space. Usually, Felonius would be insulted, almost furious from the usage of that slur. But after seeing what the latter was capable of, he kept his mouth shut and sank into his chair. His bottom lip trembled slightly, catching Kale's attention. It was at this moment that Kale's expression uncharacteristically softened. I care about the Seraphites as much as you do, so don't take my more indifferent means as a declaration of my public image. All right. Felonius fell silent, nodding his head without saying a word. After everything was settled, Kale raised his feet onto the table once again and kept speaking. Now, due to your chaste desire to help Seraphis' kingdom, I presume you have plans. The man resembling both a human and an Arctic fox looked up at Kale, his tail twitching slightly. His lips parted, and his tongue dove out to lick them as he trembled slightly. I mean, it's best we get to the bottom of why their grain is depleting, right? Hearing this proposition, Kale shook his head as a small smile formed on his face. That can happen later. Soon, I might send you to Seraphis' kingdom to run your own private investigation on the matter. Since the Indian Empire has a vast array of chancellors, nobles, and ambassadors, I commission you to assemble a carefully partitioned team based on the following criteria. Kale flicked his wrist, and flames appeared out of thin air, condensing in the form of a paper which he handed to Felonius. Felonius took the paper and arched an eyebrow upon seeing its contents. These are, interesting criteria. I don't know if we possess those qualifications. If you don't, I recommend making it work. Kale smiled. It will be done. I'll return in a week with the correct people, Felonius said as a small, twitching smile graced his face. He stood from his seat, bowing nobly towards the duo as he left the chamber through the massive stone doors. After the meeting had ended, Alexander turned to face Kale, asking him a question. Who did you commission Felonius to find? Kale raised his pipe to his lips, blowing some smoke as he replied with a sly smirk. Governors, agricultural professionals, tax collectors, an apothecary, all the people needed. He leaned in closer, his breath bracing Alexander's ear. We want to help the kingdom, right? Holy shit. I stepped back from the mirror after parting my hair, gazing upon the two short black horns that rested between my dark brown locks. I pushed my glasses up the bridge of my nose to ensure I wasn't playing tricks on myself, but they still remained on my head. Maybe I'm asleep right now. What if this is a nightmare? The umbrage manifested in the corner of the apartment bathroom, chuckling in their deep voice. Their enigmatic, wormhole-like eyes remained fixated on my horns. Yes, they're real, you're not dreaming. Really? You're telling me I look like a damn freak now? The cloaked figure, now standing 6 feet tall, stepped back into the shadow-filled corner the moment the doorknob jiggled. Behind the door, I could hear Shinso's voice. Are you talking to yourself again? It's late. I exchanged a final gaze with the umbrage before sighing in defeat. Maybe those creepy wraiths made me crazy in the head. I turned away from the mirror, raising my loose pajama shirt above my head. Through the neckline, I could see the illusory patches of dark energy pulsing around my spine, where those illusory wings should be. The moment Shinso opened the bathroom door, my face flushed as I immediately lowered my shirt, my face swiftly flushing. Instead of looking tired or angry, he smiled softly and approached me, taking my hand. I promised you I'd be your pillow tonight, am I not doing a good job? My hands dove into my hair to ruffle it, covering my horns as I said with some difficulty. I mean, whatever. As Shinso and I left the bathroom, my gaze drifted to the far end of the apartment, near the window. Damien was tucked on a pile of blankets and pillows we secretly gathered from the closet, a makeshift bed. The white-haired boy's eyes were closed, his lips slightly parted as he snored softly. Outside, the crimson moon shone brightly, casting shadows off the walls of the room. I climbed into my own bed, which I had agreed to move beside Shinso's. The indigo-haired boy let out a huff as he ignored his own bed, slithering into mine and resting under the covers. He emerged at the head of the bed, resting on the pillows and pulling me closer to him. With my back facing him, I could feel his heartbeat pulsing against my illusory, wraith-based wings. Shinso didn't know they still existed, nor did Damien. In the past 2 weeks, I'd been too embarrassed to change in front of either of the boys present with me. The most recent blood moon didn't harbor any supernatural effects, which I immediately blamed on myself. Perhaps I had absorbed all the wraiths and spirits present in the kingdom, maybe even in the far corners around the kingdom, too. In terms of other developments, Catherine and Carter are still under surveillance by the pollinators, who've initiated legal proceedings to determine whether to imprison them. Shinso is the main defendant in the situation, taking the lead in proving they're innocent, that their acts are morally justified to a certain extent. So far, not much action had taken place, as any semblance of representation was occupied by the pollinators and their current missions. Soon enough, Shinso was slumped back, asleep with his arms still wrapped around my waist. Meanwhile, I remained awake, staring at the ceiling. It reminded me bleakly of my room back at home. The ceiling of my room was always somewhat moldy, but it never extended past the corners or near the ceiling fan. In the past, I remember trying to clean it with rags, even with my serious lack of chemical or homey knowledge. To counter this, my mother simply painted over the mold, the same color as my room, a pale blue color. "You two look comfortable," the Umbridge's voice sounded from the corner as they phased into existence in the shadows. Their illusory eyes looked directly at me, slightly softening upon gazing at the intimate scene. My face flushed as I looked down at the sheets, avoiding direct eye contact with the enigmatic figure. At this moment, the Umbridge unclenched their hand, revealing a puddle of ethereal crimson and black liquid, swirling. "Are you ready for your advancement?" Hearing this, I scoffed and rolled over, now facing Shinso. I buried my head into my chest as I groaned with a muffled voice. "It's late, I'm tired. Maybe later. You've suspended your advancement for over 2 weeks. Eventually, your spirituality will get tired and yearn for advancement." The Umbridge's explanation only made me more irritated. So my own body will betray me because it wants to advance. My spirit body must be fuming at me. The Umbridge took a step forward, approaching the bed. Shinso shivered in his sleep, habitually curling up. Their mouth, composed of a single glowing line, twitched into a reluctant smile as they took my hand. My surroundings turned illusory and ethereal as I was dragged into my mindscape. Pillars shot up through the floor, and an endless mass of dark-colored smoke flooded from above. As the total expanse of the throne room came into view, the Umbridge manifested in the endless dark fog above me. "Of course you're one to drag me against my will," I groaned, rubbing my glabella. My spirit body manifested in the other corner, gazing at me with an indifferent, almost unreadable expression. It stood at my own height, had black horns and black wings. It stood by the window which my father had been flung out of, the glass now perfectly intact and repaired. The illusory figure a step forward, its wings unfurling on its back. Without saying a word, it soared over to me and landed at my feet. On my own back, the illusory, wraith wings whispered and laughed quietly in the expanse, their sounds layered and ethereal. "So you're really eager for me to grow stronger?" I asked, crossing my arms over my chest, sighing. I was still clad in loose pajamas, not in the usual attire I'd don up here. But since my spirit body was in a sense, me, I don't think it would judge its master, to any extent. My spirit body opened its mouth, a gaping, inscrutable vortex of energy, and spat out a bottle onto the carpet. It was filled with the same illusory liquid the Umbridge had held in their palm. "I assume the Umbridge gave you this." I knelt down and picked up the bottle, holding it to the dim lighting. Yes, they did. My spirit body no longer had an irrational state. In a way, it had completely disposed of my father's identity, therefore, ridding the alternate instincts and influence. Now, it remained almost completely lucid and able to properly communicate. "All right. So, I'll become a..." I looked up at the endless dark fog, arching an eyebrow. "Don't these things have names?" From within the fog, 2 pairs of ethereal eyes came into view. "You'll become a harbinger." At this moment, a scroll of crimson and black energy formed in front of me, describing in perfect English the abilities and changes that one could unlock at this order. Allegedly, harbingers could now cause small-scale disasters with a sharp intention. The example supplied was being able to whisper the name of an individual, and they'd die in a few days. They'd also gain access to chaos instinct, a subtle ability to slightly offset the rationality in a person for a short period of time. The chaos instinct was a portion of spirituality located right in the individual's genitals. Reading this, my face flushed, and I turned away. A torrent of information suddenly coursed through my mind. I recalled the story that Catherine told us. The devils, demons, and horrible creatures originated from the genitals of the primordial one, the elder of the cosmos. Taking in this information, I quickly made a deduction. Would most of these abilities be oriented in the genital region? After all aspects of such a thing originated from him. This guess only made me more flustered, and I took a step back from the scroll to collect myself. Don't worry, not all abilities from this pathway are related to genitals. Almost everyone on your pathway is unsettled by this. The umbrage's reassurance calmed me down a little, but I still couldn't help but feel flustered deep down. After regaining the courage and energy to look back at the scroll, I kept reading. Harbingers are also among the ones who can indirectly enter the astral void for a short period of time, accessing abilities related to calamity and destruction. Though these abilities were relatively weak in power, anyone above Order 6 could resist them or exhibit complete immunity to them. So, I don't gain any physical enhancements. What am I, a glass tank? I chuckled self-deprecatingly, turning back to the endless expanse of thick, dark fog. The umbrage chuckled to themselves and descended from the fog, pointing at the illusory wings on my back. They were now multiple meters in diameter, with countless eyes and mouths within them. I'd say those wings are already a powerful enhancement to your abilities. Spiritually, they're dead, but their dead spirituality is akin to a walking disease to other seekers of different pathways, now. The blood moon charm and whisper wishing bone appeared out of thin air, drifting around the potion bottle. Put them inside the potion and consume them. See, consume the objects. I'd choke. I was taken aback by this information. No, you won't. Pathway fragments are the essence of a pathway, naturally compatible and illusory in nature. As if to silently demonstrate, the umbrage unscrewed the lid, dropping both items into the potion. Pathway fragments are also artifacts that grant one the abilities of such pathways. That's why it's titanic to not let them fall into the wrong hands. When I shook the bottle, I didn't hear anything hitting the glass sides except the thick liquid. It really did work. This potion is either really acidic or something else. After falling silent for a few seconds of contemplation, I unscrewed the cork lid and brought the concoction to my mouth. The moment the two connected, I let out a low hiss as I spat out the potion onto the floor. It was sizzling hot. What the? I staggered, shooting an almost annoyed glance up at the umbrage. The illusory, enigmatic figure chuckled to themselves. I forgot an important detail. You have to pledge your dignity and self to the potion, signing yourself off to its will and power. I looked back at the now half-empty bottle of blackish-red liquid, shaking my head slightly. What do you mean? After Order 9, one must pledge allegiance to the potion so it remains rational and collected within the host. To a certain extent, every aspect of a potion is indeed alive, whether one likes it or not. I guess I'm doing a bad job. I don't want to pledge allegiance to an evil potion, that's not why I drank it. It was at this moment that the surface of the potion bubbled and fizzed, as if feeling a surge of anger at my rebellious statement. What if I were to drink it without accepting its conditions? Would it, leave my body? The umbrage took a step forward, shaking their head. No, but it would surely want to. Once it enters your body, it can't truly leave. Even if a single drop remains in your body, so does the power within the potion. So, me throwing up my previous potion wasn't a harmful thing. I thought back to my time at the medical facility, how I had thrown up my Order 9, Doomweaver potion following my attempts to help Ruth, Daisy, and Oscar. It didn't take a genius to understand the nature and complexity of the potion, it wanted an evil host for its evil nature. Whoever made this potion, and this pathway, surely loved to cause chaos, especially to those who drank it. It was harmful to you. The potion, even if it didn't truly possess a life of its own, it surely possessed instincts and habitual tendencies. Deep down, everything is evil if you look deep enough. The umbrage placed their hand atop mine, their stringy lips twitching to form a teeth-baring smile. The evil within you still remains, it always has. Just because you outed its most prominent source doesn't mean it's completely gone. I know. I looked back down at the potion, sighing softly. I wasn't going to pledge my allegiance to its will, or pledge my body, mind, and soul to any evil existence. I may have evil within my body, but I refuse to let it surface if it means I can get home. I once said I'll defy those evil deities, so I'm honestly glad they're watching me do this. With a large, hesitant gulp, the scorching potion gushed down my throat. At first, it was excruciating, but gradually it calmed down. I remembered that the blood moon charm's spiritual and physical effects were embedded within the potion, granting me immunity in many aspects. Also, wouldn't that whisper-wishing bone grant me the ability to converse with spirits for a short period of time? As I finished the half-empty bottle, I stumbled back and grasped my throat, which had begun to sting and burn slightly. It was exactly like eating a pizza that just came out of the oven, that exact sensation. It hurt. A lot. Ow. Shinso cried out in pain the moment I descended from my mindscape. The boy jolted awake in an instant, sitting up and rubbing his right eye. He turned back to me with one eye covered, the other widening upon seeing something about my appearance. Shinso's mouth fell agape as he pointed at the top of my head. Without wasting a moment, I darted into the bathroom, gazing into the mirror. In the cracked, slightly dusty reflection, I saw two large black horns perched atop my head. They had grown longer, most likely an effect of potion consumption. Is this some kind of backlash from resisting its will, these large and peculiar horns? They closely resembled the ones on my spirit body. At this moment, the umbrage appeared in the corner of the room, their mouth twitching as if to suppress a smirk. My body turned to them, rubbing my glabella in palpable annoyance. I assume this is because of that shitty potion. I pointed to the two black horns on my head. They extended outwards in a slight arch, allowing me to see them in my peripheral vision. The umbrage, clad in their illusory and ethereal cloak, nodded his head. It doesn't seem to take a liking to you. Great, I huffed, plopping onto the toilet. What are the others gonna think when they see my new horns? They might run away or something. The umbrage extended their palm as an illusory bubble of crimson energy appeared, showing the blood moon incident 2 weeks ago. I watched as I absorbed countless wraiths and spirits into my body, and the wraith wings formed on my back. They didn't seem to have much of a problem with this. I let out a low groan, tugging at my eye bags. What if they were too tired from fighting? A few of them might have thought they were dreaming or something. If they were dreaming, they would have woken up eventually. The umbrage uncharacteristically put a hand on my shoulder, squeezing it with their bony fingers. Your friends have seen too many weird things, they'll take your horns with a grain of salt. Hearing the somewhat assuring statement, I shrugged my shoulders and sagged further, resting the back of my head on the toilet. Maybe, but I'm too tired to contemplate anything. The cloaked figure remained silent, turning away from me and disappearing back into the shadows. I was too tired to move at this moment, my entire body pulsing and churning from just consuming my potion. The edges of my vision turned grainy and dark, bordering on a numbing, inscrutable night. The horns and wings on my back ebbed and pulsed with mystical, arcane energy. The tips of my horns suddenly glowed a faint crimson as my eyes slowly closed shut, and sleep fully engulfed my being. Within the darkness, I began to hear noises. I heard scribbling, sniffing, and pounding on a metallic surface. My eyes shot open, adjusting to the dim lighting from the flashlight. Below me was a tiled floor with countless torn pieces of paper spread around it. The contents of the papers were scrawled in ink, too blurry for anyone to see or decipher. But what they had in common was the crimson color of the ink, dark and foreboding, bordering on blood red. A figure was nestled in the corner of the dimly lit space, their face and features obscured by a mop of tangled, brown, and greasy hair. They were clad in a uniform, navy blue blazer, white undershirt and navy tie. In their hands was a stained blue notebook, covered head to toe in countless stains and rips on the cardboard cover. Outside, I heard pounding on the door, metallic and harsh. A voice sounded from behind the door, low and dangerous, yet almost mocking in tone. I know you're in there. Their voice phased in and out before they could say something. Come out. I'll only beat your ass a little. Stop, damn it. The boy snapped, standing up with the notebook held close to their trembling chest. What are you gonna do about it, why fucking loser? If you wanna live, come out here and fight me yourself. The bully's mocking voice jabbed him right in the gut, causing him to lurch over as if they had a personal, tangible effect. God damn it, god damn it, god damn it. He covered his ears, dropping the notebook to the ground. It hit the floor with a splat, landing in water that splashed, hitting his face which I still couldn't see. Now that I could properly look at him, he was almost skin and bones. Beneath his uniform was a scrawny body, barely able to properly fit his uniform. His collar stretched too high, almost gracing the upper section of his scratched and bruised neck. The boy's only visible skin was so pale you'd think he didn't have a drop of blood in his entire body. His hands darted down to his neck, clawing and scratching at the already abused skin with a malice, an unkempt, almost habitual manner. He'd done this too many times before, I just had that feeling in my gut. "Come on, I know you wanna see me." The pounding got louder and louder, more persistent. It took me no more than a glimpse to know this bully wasn't letting the door to the janitor's closet stop him. As the pounding grew louder and louder, the scratching and self-mutilation intensified. His hands worked in a frenzy, scratching and tearing at all available skin that he could see and work with. God damn it, God damn it, God damn it. His previous ravings had dissipated into tiny whispers, frantic outbursts that clearly exemplified his palpable, burning stress. The moment the door caved in and fell to the ground with a loud yet dull clatter, the bully, a towering mass of a human, stepped into the closet, gazing upon his victim with a malice unlike any other. The short, scrawny boy instantly reacted to this. His arms extended like tendrils as he lunged at the figure, clasping his arms around the girth of the other boy's throat. I watched, my face paling as the boy with greasy hair began to punch the other boy repeatedly in the face, landing blow after blow to every possible nook and cranny. His knees were wrapped around his waist so the boy below him couldn't move, couldn't speak or get proper airflow. Only spasmodic gasping sounds lurched from his throat, a macabre imitation of desperate pleading. Stop. The bully finally gasped, his breath snatched from his lungs. His face was now an entirely different shade, a deep purple from the prolonged lack of oxygen. The much scrawnier boy above him didn't pay heed to this warning, clenching his fists even tighter as he continued to punch and attack him. Gradually, the previously pale skin of his knuckles, stretched taut from the mutilation of his opponent, were coated with deep, crimson blood. Below him, the slow rising and falling of the bully's chest came to an abrupt halt. The scrawny boy raised both fists above his head, interlocking them together, before finally bringing them down. The sounds of flesh and blood reverberated through the door hallway of the school, which was already dark and dreary from the thunderstorm outside. Not a single soul existed aside from him and the mutilated boy who lay defenseless, violently assaulted beneath him like a pale imitation of a trophy, who had now perished from the lack of oxygen. What the hell? I gasped, my face as fearful as the bully's as I took a trembling step back. I slipped on the water on the closet, tumbling to my rear. At this moment, the boy turned back to look at me. In the dim lighting, I could finally see his face. I saw nothing. His face was nothing underneath his bangs. He possessed no eyes, no nose, and no mouth. He had cried with no mouth. He had seen with no eyes. He had smelled his own blood with no nose. I silently gasped, my hand dashing to cover my mouth. The boy didn't react to me, staring blankly into me with his non-existent features. His hands, now covered in blood, finally unclenched. He slowly stood up, walking back into the janitor's closet. He reached down, picking up the notebook and pages scattered across the floor. After gathering his things, he opened the notebook to a new, fresh page. With a final splat of his hand, he coated the page with blood, his own bloody handprint. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He muttered like a lunatic, like someone under the influence. His body now trembled as he looked back at the corpse on the floor, arms and legs spread out. The faceless boy scoffed with his non-existent mouth, walking over to the corpse and grabbing it by the hem of his uniform shirt. The hallway echoed with wet sounds of scraping and dragging as he dragged his much larger opponent through the halls of the school. Outside, the dark clouds continued to spurt down thunder and lightning and heavy rain. Every so often, the lightning flashed through the windows, illuminating both mutilated figures. The entire time I silently followed this strange boy down the hallway, my body still cold and trembling slightly from it. The lonely air of the school didn't seem to help anything. He pushed open the back door of the school, which led out into an alleyway and dumpster. Ignoring the pouring and insistent rain, the featureless boy moved with trembling hands, slowly gathering the strength to lift the corpse over his head and toss it into the dumpster, slamming the lid closed. After a few moments of dreary silence, the figure turned back to me, but something told me he didn't even know I existed to begin with. The featureless boy with messy brown hair moved forward, pushing open the door again and walking back into the school. His entire uniform had been soaked, his tie ajar below his shirt collar. He didn't seem to be bothered by this, more focused on something else. He walked back to the janitor's closet and recovered his blue notebook, tucking it into his backpack. At this moment, the featureless boy stumbled back, falling to the ground. The skin on his face suddenly warped and pulsed in particular spots. I took a moment to analyze this, still petrified with fear. Instead of audible, clear-cut screams, I heard muffled sounds that seemed to resemble them instead. His hands, still bloody, darted to his face, clawing at the writhing flesh. Some of his flesh sunk in where his eyes should be, and bloody holes shot out to make nostrils. Teeth burst through his skin one by one, a visually painful process from what I saw. Before I could turn around and throw up, the blood moon charm's effects quickly kicked in, restoring my equilibrium in a matter of seconds. From behind the layer of flesh on the boy's face, I heard him whimper and whisper to himself. "Why am I here? What did I do? Where am I?" He sounded more confused than contorted or in pain. Before I could approach him and assist him, my entire world was overrun with a bright flash of light. My eyes opened again, and my body almost toppled off the toilet as I ended up back in the bathroom. I took a few silent seconds to recover my senses, leaning back on the toilet as I drew in slow, deep breaths. I had a dream like that before. But instead of violence, the boy, who had a face, didn't do anything. Instead, his attacker dropped dead outside, and he dragged the corpse to the dumpster. I also had that dream about the boy in the woods playing with the cardinal, which he had accidentally killed in an accident. His father belittled him, almost teasing him in a way. It seems like ever since my life had begun to stir with trouble and strange happenings did these strange, peculiar, and often nightmarish dreams come to pass. Now, I felt a strange yet familiar inclination. I'd been in this strange reality for almost a month now. Mr. Ryujin and Olivia, both of UA's guidance counselors, are open to me talking to them. From what I've seen, the Umbridge isn't the best at counseling people, but they do their best. Looking at the vintage clock in the corner of the bathroom, I read that it was almost 2 in the morning. My mind was too active for me to sleep. I needed answers for these peculiar dreams. Why was that boy asking those questions? Why didn't he have a face? And why did he ask, "Who am I?" Before I made any moves, I considered my current position. Not that I was worried about Mr. Ryujin seeing me in pajamas, but those horns that had just formed on my head could attract unwanted attention. We had talked a few times since the blood moon, but he never spotted me or showed any signs of suspicion. But he has a dragon quirk, he has horns and a tail. Maybe he wouldn't be fearful of my condition. I drew a deep breath as I stood up, my legs feeling like jelly underneath me. My boy habitually leaned forward, wanting to collapse to the ground and fall asleep, but I extended my arms in front of me, catching the wall before I hit the ground. As I stepped out of the bathroom, I flinched the moment Shinso spotted me. He was leaning against the doorway. His eyes were narrowed in slight concern for my being. "What happened in there?" he asked. I looked towards Shinso, sighing softly as I replied, "I fell asleep." At this moment, the tips of my horns flickered with a faint crimson energy. Shinso looked up, tilting his head slightly in curiosity upon catching sight of this. He took a slow step back, speaking with some hesitancy in his voice. "They seem to glow or something." I nodded, pushing up the sleeves of my loose shirt. "They seem to react to some things." The indigo-haired boy remained silent, his gaze fixed on my peculiar horns. After a few moments, he scratched the back of his neck and chuckled softly. "You poked me in the eye earlier." "Damn, I did." I recalled how the moment I descended back from my mindscape, my horns had poked Shinso in his left eye. Anyways, I approached the coat rack by the door leading to the hallway, grabbing my black longcoat. "I'm gonna see if Mr. Ryujin's awake." Shinso suddenly took an almost assertive step forward, his brows furrowing. "Why? It's late, like, really late. Remember a few days ago when you tripped on your own laces in the middle of the night just outside his room? If I remember correctly, his lights were on. Doesn't Ayumi sleep in the same room as him?" Shinso crossed his arms. I heard she moved to a room down the hall. As I put on the black coat, I ran a hand through my dark brown hair, the edges of my fingers grazing the somewhat rough texture of my horns. I pushed open the door leading to the hallway, both ends shrouded in the darkness, only penetrated by the crimson moon. Every door was shut, potentially locked as well. I slid on a pair of stiff slippers and left the room, moving to close the door behind me. Before I heard the clicking sound, Shinso's foot stopped the door from closing entirely. I looked back at him, sighing. "What? Where are you going?" a small voice asked from the room. Damien stepped out into the hallway, rubbing his eyes tiredly. His small arms moved around my waist as he buried his head into my chest, huffing. A small flush coated my face as I stiffly moved my hand up and down his back, praying that eventually he'd fall asleep and Shinso could take him back to his bed. "I'm just going to talk to Mr. Ryujin," I replied with a twitching smile. The white-haired boy looked up at me with unfocused, large eyes. His matching white pupils flickered with something I couldn't recognize, but it felt like something familiar. "Will you come back to bed after?" "Don't worry, I will." Kneeling down to meet the boy at eye level, I pulled him into a small hug. "Promise." Damien's voice came out muffled in my pajama top. Instead of audibly promising, my hand kept rubbing up and down his back. Eventually, Damien's small sounds stopped, and he fell asleep in my grasp. "Damn it," I chuckled breathlessly, turning back to Shinso, who was still standing in the doorway. "Could you take him back to bed?" As somewhat expected, Mr. Ryujin was awake. He was sprawled in a chair in the corner of his apartment, nose deep in a romance novel. The moment I entered, he put the book down and smiled at me. "Hey, kiddo, why are you up so late?" His smile was contrasted by the slight worry in his voice. At this moment, his eyes widened as he let out a low whistle, pointing to my head. "Where'd those babies come from?" "The blood moon, they're now just appearing." I huffed, plopping down onto his bed, sinking into the soft sheets. "Something tells me you're not here to talk about horns, though." Mr. Ryujin arched an eyebrow almost playfully in my direction. I rolled over, staring at the ceiling as I huffed. "It's about those weird dreams I keep having." Mr. Ryujin's smile widened as he dove into his bag, which was leaning against his chair. After rummaging for a few moments, he took out a worn, spiral-bound black notebook with stains of water and other substances. It had been quite a while since I last saw it, looking even more like crap. "You didn't think I'd keep this on hand?" Mr. Ryujin opened the notebook, tossing it in my direction. I flipped to the blood-stained pages, reading the contents again and again. Back then, the words felt more resentful. However, I now feel that they'd be more reflective of who I am. "I had a dream about..." Before I could continue, Mr. Ryujin let out a low yawn. Mr. Ryujin stood up, walking over to the kitchenette in the corner of his apartment. He rummaged through the overhead cabinets for a while before taking out a series of herbs and ingredients. He filled up a pot with water and put it over the stove to boil. "This feels more like a tea time type of talk, why feel me?" His azure tail flicked back and forth as he chuckled softly. "I don't really drink tea." I thought back to my experience at Madame Fitzgerald's house, and I couldn't help but shiver. After all, I had encountered a lobotomy victim. Now that I thought about it, how was she holding up? I haven't heard much about Wilfred, Bertram, or Raymond in the time since the Trembris incident. My train of thought was cut short when Mr. Ryujin approached the bed with 2 cups of black tea. I always try stuff even if my body doesn't want it. It's how we grow as people, by embracing the unorthodox. I looked at the 2 steaming cups of tea with leaves within them. The leaves were minty from what I could smell. I grabbed one of the cups, curling my pinky around the protruding grip. Even if it was deathly late at night, a warm beverage didn't seem all that bad. With a slightly trembling grip, I brought the cup to my lips and sipped slowly. Mr. Ryujin watched with a passive expression, folding his hands on the edge of his chair. The moment he saw my expression change, his face softened slightly. "How was it?" I finished sipping the tea, placing the teacup back onto the plate. I slid off of Mr. Ryujin's bed, landing on the floor in a slump. "Not half bad to be honest." "Ah, you were willing to dive into the unknown for a moment, many wouldn't do that." The man leaned back in his chair, poising his arms behind his head. Hearing his words, I couldn't help but scoff. I think everyone would be willing to try tea. This isn't about the tea, but the meaning behind drinking it. Mr. Ryujin grabbed his own cup of tea, sipping it before speaking up in a low voice. Like we were talking about a while ago, I believe dreams are a portal into subconscious desires, alternate possibilities. They're the deepest insight into a human's psychology. I grabbed my teacup from the small plate, sipping it as I arched an eyebrow. I somewhat understand that. But I've had dreams where I hurt people. I have dreams where I see confusing things. I see things, people, and spaces I don't recognize. Isn't it scientifically proven that you see in your dreams who you've seen in real life? Science. You mean the most analytical way to understand why we're here. Sure, they can read and understand pretty brain waves and fancy sequences, but I look beyond screens and analyzers, looking deeper into the most intelligent creature on the planet. That's awfully profound for a school guidance counselor. I chuckled deprecatingly, slowly drinking my tea. Don't get me started on the stuff I've seen from students, they're half the reason I'm like this to begin with. My ways, I had a dream a few minutes ago, where a boy without a face murdered his own bully in cold blood. Hearing this, Mr. Ryujin paused mid-sip and set the cup down, pushing the plate away. His lips parted as he licked them. Something more psychological. Have you had similar dreams like that one before? Yes, I have. Instead, the boy, somewhat looked like me. He was writing down in his notebook, and the bully was pounding on the door, wanting to beat him up. Shortly after, they dropped dead outside after the boy wrote something down in his notebook. He then dragged the bully's corpse into a dumpster to hide it. Write that down. Mr. Ryujin's voice suddenly grew deadpan. Before I could ask a question, the dragon-like man dove into the nearest drawer, tossing me a feather quill and some ink. His expression remained serious as I wrote down all the details I could recall from my earlier dreams. And, you said he didn't have a face in your most recent one. Yes, he did, I answered, not looking up from the notebook. Draw him for me. After all, I like to read books with illustrations. Mr. Ryujin smiled as he stood up, walking over to me. As I began to sketch the figure I had seen murder the bully, more and more vivid details came into mind. I refrained from drawing the last scene where the boy's face began to cave in, when he started screaming. That could potentially disturb Mr. Ryujin or make him feel sorry for me. After a few minutes, I finished the sketch, tossing it to him. Mr. Ryujin took the notebook and looked through all the filled pages, even if there weren't that many. He remained silent, lubricating the edge of his finger with his saliva so that he could flip from page to page. Something tells me you've written like this before, he commented, his voice and tone giving the impression of genuine, almost proud realization. I have written in the past, but I never found my old works. Were they poems, memoirs, stories, an essay or two? He arched an eyebrow, smirking. Just then, a strange image flashed through my mind. Another black notebook in pristine condition. On the cover were words inscribed in white marker and barely legible handwriting, Isaac's Great Adventure. Yeah, I did write a story once, a book about me, maybe. All I know is that the main character possessed the same name as me. Self-insert fantasy, classic. Don't feel ashamed, kid. We've all done it before. Mr. Ryujin closed the notebook, setting it on the bed. Remember what it was called? Isaac's Great Adventure. I repeated the name from my mind out loud, my face flushing slightly from embarrassment. Judging by the way Mr. Ryujin chuckled, he struggled to hide his amusement. His tail slowly wagged back and forth as he leaned back on his bed, staring at the ceiling. What was it about? The question echoed in the room longer than it should have. I felt even more embarrassed as I responded with a slight tremble in my voice. Well, he was taken to a fantasy world like this. He also had friends and everything he wanted. I scratched the back of my neck as I kept speaking. Sure, the writing was probably the worst thing you'll ever read, but I think I was happy writing it. After a few moments of tense, boiling silence, Mr. Ryujin sighed softly and chuckled to himself. What if I told you that we can make the second draft together? I was taken aback by the peculiar proposition. The man with dragon horns leaned up from his bed, his gaze meeting mine. This notebook you have, it's its own story in a way. Over the past month we've been here, and before, you've grown and changed exponentially. You're sharper, less of a coward. Hey, I crossed my arms over my chest, scoffing. Mr. Ryujin only laughed and kept speaking. You're more assertive than before, you're better with people. Overall, I'd say you and everyone else can write the new Isaac's Great Adventure. You can write your own destiny. He leaned in close, taking my hand. We can all get back home with your help. Really now? Feeling overwhelmed by this unique viewpoint, I scooted back and yawned. I turned to the crimson moon outside and rolled my eyes. I'm tired, how about you? Yep, Mr. Ryujin was already by his closet, rummaging for something more comfortable to put on. I now just realized he was still wearing his daily attire. By the way, when I read through your book, a name popped up. Who's Silas? Hearing the name, my blood ran cold. Silas, my imaginary friend. I only remembered him briefly. At some point in my life, he was almost always with me. Of course, following my suicide attempt, he faded out of existence, as I never saw him again. I didn't remember what he looked like, or what he was like to begin with. What if he wasn't even a boy to begin with? Silas. I repeated the name under my breath, feeling the syllables sift into the crevices of my tongue. Hearing my murmur, Mr. Ryujin turned from the closet as he removed his shirt, putting on a loose cotton top. Yeah, you talk about him a lot in your writing. Hey, it appears there's a lot more than I thought inside your notebook. I don't think I've ever written in my journal that much, I responded, feeling a wave of uncertainty. The only times I've truly written were when someone had instructed me to do so. I'd never written before on my own. Yes, bloody writings and inscriptions appear, but I don't know how they got there. Yet, their themes and imagery were subjects I couldn't help but relate to. I want to get out of this place. I want to get rid of my awful father. Does anyone actually care about me? Those bloodied words remained etched into my mind. Looking back at the worn, spiral-bound journal, I felt my curiosity peak as I took it from the bed. Flipping through the pages, I eventually came to rest the moment my eyes found the name. It stood there, scrawled in blood-red writing. Though the handwriting was a little neater than anything else within the journal, it still looked reminiscent of the bloody ravings I had written before. From the looks of it, the writing was akin to something like a journal entry. The date was written in the upper left-hand corner of the paper, April 18th. Why did I dream of killing my father that night? It felt good in a way to end that bastard and end my own suffering. Now that I think about it, perhaps I will kill him later. It would do everyone good, including my new friend, Ayumi. He's lurked like a shadow over my life, filling my ears with lies, shame, and degradation. My eyes kept widening as I read the contents. Silas, if you're reading this, I'm sure you already know what I did. If the knife has blood on it, feel free to wash it off and put it in the sink, that'll deter any suspicion. Also, would you mind hiding the corpse for me? In the meantime, I'll handle my mother, she'd most likely be traumatized from the experience. Maybe she'll thank me. I didn't know what to say. That journal entry was written on the night I dreamt of killing him in the recliner. I had no real plans to murder my father, everything just happened that one night, leading to me getting angry enough to attempt that. If I did have some sort of plan, I would have known about it earlier and acted on it. I felt a knot coil tight in my stomach as I closed the book, staring at the black leather cover. Mr. Ryujin, who had remained silent whilst changing, finally spoke up. Yuck. I snapped out of ethereal daze, meeting the man with a small smile. I'm fine, but I think I'll head back to bed. Approaching the bathroom mirror, I let out a low sigh as I transported myself within my mindscape. As the pillars and stone floor beneath me gradually came into view, a sudden chill coursed over me as I stood face to face with my spirit body. Their form, still ethereal, gazed back at me with indifferent yet calculating eyes. Without saying a word, they looked past me towards the corner, where the umbrage quickly manifested. The illusory figure walked over to me, tilting their head ever so slightly. I feel as if you're troubled, you're not sleeping right now. The umbrage assessed my body, looking me up and down. I held the journal in my trembling hands, setting it down on the floor and opening it to the page. Once the umbrage saw the blood-red writing, their wormhole-like eyes widened in slight curiosity. You're going to attempt something, aren't you? I nodded my head as I stepped back from the book. The illusory, wraith-like wings on my back expanded as I began to levitate upwards. The tips of my horns started to glow as I began to concentrate my energy. Within my mind, I envisioned the blood moon charm. I found another method of divination, I said. Hearing my words, the ethereal figure wearing a black cloak nodded their head with some solemnity. Why are you attempting divination though? I pointed down to the book. Those writings. I want to know when and how exactly I wrote them. At this moment, the energies coursing through my body abruptly intensified, now coursing through my spirit as the journal began to levitate in the air, its black body engulfed by a tidal wave of chaotic forces. I want to know why I'd write those things. I repeated in my mind. Within my mind, an image suddenly flashed. I saw the grout-ridden tiles of my old bathroom floor, stained in blood. My vision was blurry and unfocused, tipping and twisting as I was barely conscious. When I looked down at my own body, I could barely see my own form, but I could see I was wearing my school uniform. My right sleeve was pulled up, the cuff of the undershirt also stained with blood just like the floor. My stomach flipped like a pancake the moment I caught sight of my wrist. It was ridden with lacerations, barely able to penetrate deep into the skin yet effective enough to shed blood. They were the same cuts that triggered me in the shower. Was this incident how they were formed? Is this connected to those grotesque journal entries? I focused harder, embracing a surge of concentration. The entire time, the blood moon charm kept me from passing out on the spot. Even if I now possessed supernatural abilities, I was still sensitive to the sight of blood. My tipping, unstable gaze moved jaggedly to the counter. On the wooden surface, I saw the contents of a first aid kit spread on the counter, including gauze, disinfectant materials and antibiotic ointments, necessities for cleansing lacerations to prevent infection. My ears were ringing the entire time, though I could hear some noises. One of them was heavy pounding on the bathroom door, and a deep, masculine voice demanding I open it. Even with my unstable hearing, it didn't take even a moment to know it was my father. The bastard had probably drank too much and had to throw up again. As the corners of my vision continued to gradually darken, my left hand moved to the floor, picking up the black journal and opening it to a fresh page. Warm tears trickled down my face as I moved with my right hand, running a Q-tip along the bloodied wounds. I was using a damn Q-tip as a makeshift pencil. A sharp slap from an unknown force roused me from my state. When I regained some lucidity, I was curled on the throne room floor. My ears and head were ringing and pounding as I met the gaze of both my spirit body and the umbrage. My spirit body spoke in a layered, ethereal voice. You passed out. I did. I mumbled groggily, leaning up and rubbing my head. Outside the stained windows, the torrential storm burst and bubbled, sizzling sharp, jagged lightning in all directions. This caught the attention of everyone in the room, but nobody aside from me showed shock or concern. Every time you experience heavy emotional stimulation, your mind begins to sizzle and storm, unable to process what's happening. All right. I leaned back, resting on the floor. I weakly grabbed the journal from beside me, the page still flipped on the diary entry I had written in my own blood. Thinking back to what I had seen, my eyes snapped shut as I let out a low groan. The blood moon charm's effects instantly washed over me, cleansing my nausea in an instant. My body slowly moved as I prompted myself onto my knees, gradually gaining the strength to stand up. Beneath me, my legs shook like jelly, a physical reaction the blood moon charm couldn't erase. Even if my spiritual body could be cleansed by supernatural forces, my human body was still, well, human. What did that mean? I asked, looking towards both enigmatic figures. I don't know, that's for you to decide, the umbrage replied, sighing softly. I took a slow step back, almost stumbling. Luckily, I managed to collapse back into my throne before I'd pass out again. The moment I touched the obsidian-colored throne, the illusory wraith wings on my back emerged once again, the eyes and mouths within it radiating malevolent crimson light. The tips of my horns glowed with crimson energy. I had written those diary entries in the bathroom some time before I found them, which was after school. I was most likely on the verge of passing out, as my hearing and vision were constantly fluctuating. Perhaps it was both blood loss and the shock of seeing it. But, why would I cut myself like that if I'm so scared of blood? I'd purposely make myself fall unconscious. My hemophobia is very sensitive, but luckily the blood moon charm can erase those effects for a short period of time. I had seen that happen when I caught sight of those mangled corpses back at the medical facility. I opened the journal again, rereading the contents of the page addressed to Silas a few times over. I tried to piece the clues together, to find some rational answer for that moment I had seen, but how it was connected to my imaginary friend was unbeknownst to me. At this moment, a wave of tiredness washed over me as I lolled my head to the side, threatening to fall asleep on my throne. Using the last of my current energy, I descended from the mindscape and back to the bathroom. In the dim lighting, I made my way to the door and back into the apartment room. Damien and Shinso were both asleep in their beds, unbeknownst of my return. Letting out a low, self-deprecating chuckle, I walked back to my bed and lay down beside Shinso. Outside the window, an in-black raven was perched on the balcony, leering inside at my sleeping form. It let out a low caw as it unfolded its feathered wings, propelling itself upwards over the skyline of the kingdom. It soared past the line of evergreen trees and over the mountain peaks. The raven flew over the long, arching forests before hanging a sharp right. As the Plynage Sea came into view, it soared even higher to avoid the salty winds and clashing waves. The raven could see nothing below it, the night was an unyielding phantom obscuring the sea. At this hour, a fisherman or sailor would have to rely on artificial light to know where they were going or where they were to begin with. Eventually, by the time the sun began to peek over the thick clouds, the figure of the Kachin Empire gradually emerged within the fog. Bitterly cold snow spewed down from the clouds, almost freezing the raven's feathery hide solid. It ducked lower, its wings almost gracing the snow-covered cobblestone streets of the Empire's market. Citizens stepped back, most exclaiming as they watched the raven past. The bird soared upwards, gracing the side of the castle, its black wings scraping the stone surfaces and contours. Eventually it came to rest the moment it approached the window, soaring into the highest peak of the tower. The raven's body was abruptly engulfed by a surge of ink-black smoke. Gradually, it took the shape of a human. Kale, clad in casual attire, jumped down from the window and landed on his desk. The tranquil yet dark environment was only penetrated by his slow breathing. He was soaked from the melted snow, so the man moved to remove his clothing and change into something more manageable. A sudden knock on his door caused him to jump a little, but he collected himself and approached it. Alexander stepped back and offered the latter a smile. I delivered the ambassador his letter. He was quick to reply. The man with icy blue eyes dug into his pocket, taking out an envelope. He handed it to Kale with a smile before turning around and walking away. Kale looked down at the envelope before opening it. He walked over to his desk, sat down, and began to read its contents. Ambassador Charles showed explicit displeasure with staying there longer. The markets were too noisy, the entire kingdom was buzzing with energy and was too loud, and he always felt like he was being watched. The entire letter was akin to a massive complaint. After reading everything, the red-haired man smirked as he flicked his wrist, turning the letter into crimson flames. All they do is complain. He shook his head as he leaned back in his chair, watching the sun rise over the roaring sea. At this moment, there was another knock on the door. "Come in," Kale announced, scoffing as he turned around in his chair. Krilla, clad in regular attire, entered the room. Her eyes were half-narrowed, adorned with dark circles around them. Seeing this, his brows furrowed slightly. "I presume you didn't sleep well." "That doesn't matter." Krilla collapsed onto Kale's bed, huffing as she rolled over. "You vanished longer than expected." Kale chuckled again, standing up from his chair and approaching the bed. He sat down beside Krilla, running his talon-like hands along the contours of the silken sheets. "I stopped by Seraphis Kingdom, that boy we're all interested in." His smile widened as he looked towards Krilla. "He just advanced to Order 8. Those underground meetings are more harrowing than I could imagine." Thelonious, clad in a long white robe, flicked his tail as he stepped onto one of the boats. Countless wooden boats and ships lined the ports of the Kachin Empire, either pulling in to drop off or pick up individuals or mass groups of people. The wooden planks of the deck squeaked and groaned as Thelonious habitually sank his sharp toenails into them to prevent himself from tipping over. Today, the winds blew harder than before. He let out a low, almost feline hiss as he covered his eyes from the bitter, salty winds. Thelonious's white robe bellowed behind as he made his way to the nearest cabin, swinging open the door and collapsing onto the nearest study bench. The space he now found himself in was calm and quiet, with only the bitterly cold winds sending small, almost unnoticeable tremors down the wooden contours of the room, weaving in between planks lodged for integrity. At this moment, a voice sounded from the corners, old yet firm. "This is the captain's quarters." "Really? I apologize," Felonius groaned, acknowledging his transgression but refusing to move. Felonius looked back to the captain, a man with white hair, scrawny, with a thick and unkempt beard. Within the beard were bits and pieces of discarded food, a silent testament to the lack of care focused on the hair protruding from his chin. Feeling a wave of silent disgust, Felonius flicked his tail and focused his attention from his beard. "We're sailing back to the Indian Empire, are we not?" The captain's oddly bulked arms moved to the wheel of the ship, gripping it with white-knuckled hands. "We are, only after the weather pipes down. Have you ever heard stories about what happens to those who ignore the weather?" No. Felonius shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his eyes betraying with a flicker of nervousness. Sensing the hesitancy within Felonius, the captain only chuckled, ignoring the palpable discomfort emanating from the man behind him. His grip on the wheel loosened slightly as he turned away from it, turning to Felonius. "Have you ever heard of the Lord of Krakens?" Back in the Indian Empire, Felonius had only heard myths and legends originating from his own culture. None of them mentioned the sea, as it was not natively important to his people. The legends from his own kingdom detailed ancient beings, gods, and angels who lived eons ago. At one point in time, they walked around among us. Though, the name Lord of Krakens couldn't help but spark some curiosity within him. None of the angels or gods he knew about originated from the sea. Digging deep into his childhood, he only knew about underworld Angel, Detailal, goddess of botany, Mother Nature, and sovereign of shadows, Crotio. "No, I wouldn't say I'm familiar." Hearing his reply, the captain smirked and approached him, sitting on a bench across from the man with furry ears and a tail. He clasped his fingers together, hearing the joints and pockets of air locked beneath his skin burst one by one until a wave of satisfaction coursed through him. "There's a particular myth, one dating over a millennia ago." As the captain began speaking, he stroked his unkempt beard. "Myth has it that the seas themselves are a portal, one linking the physical world to whatever lies beyond. At one point in time, the Lord of Krakens emerged, holding a complete domain over the oceans and their living creatures. The churches, as we know them, claim that they are a god, having advanced to such. But, we sailors and fishermen say that they died long ago, their essence seeping into the ocean, the winds, and the living creatures that dwell beneath the surface." After hearing the myth, Felonius's first reaction was akin to slight existential dread. He looked out the circular viewport. Overhead, usually gray clouds pummeled down freezing snow, and the waves crashed and roared, spilling onto the docks that threatened to freeze over at any moment. The concept of a deity lurking beneath the surface, whether dead or alive, made him shiver to himself. "So you won't leave in hopes of not angering this entity, not heeding his warnings or something?" Felonius's claws dug into the edge of the wooden bench, trailing down the sides of it. "Yes. It's better to obey the gods than to be the one who wants them to obey you." Felonius suddenly stood up, brushing off his all-white robe. He moved to the edge of the room, hovering around the door he had entered through. "I suppose my quarters are downstairs." The captain nodded his head. He knelt down to the ground, running his fingers nimbly along the crevices and edges of the planks, before coming to a halt around a particular yet unassuming section. With a low grunt, he lifted the hidden compartment leading to the lower decks. It was dimly lit, only a few gas lamps were ignited under the ship's main hull. Felonius's ears twitched as he heard noises below the ship, laughter, coupled with banter. It sounded like the captain's crew were enjoying themselves quite a lot. The idea of such a lewd, unrestrained environment took him aback. Felonius had never slept or drank with anyone before, he had never engaged in drunkenness or indecency. "Are you sure I'll be safe?" he asked, his tail twitching as he turned to the captain. The man was already hunched over, a novella already opened in his palm. He looked up at Felonius and nodded his head. "They don't bite, the only person we have to worry about biting is you." Hearing the captain's statement, Felonius's cheeks flushed slightly. With a low sigh, he curled and uncurled his toes. Soon, he began to slowly descend down the wooden stairs, entering the portion of the ship engulfed in darkness. Down here, the only thing visible out the windows was the hue of the sea, coupled with mesmerizing patches of coral reef and exotic, multicolored fish and aquatic organisms. Felonius approached a door at the end of the hallway, dark in color and made of wood. Behind the door, he heard laughing and banter. For a moment, Felonius considered returning to the surface and hiding in the captain's quarters, but he quickly steeled himself. His feline-like hands coiled around the doorknob, trembling slightly. With a shaky, barely contained sigh, he pushed open the door. At this moment, everyone in the room turned to him. They all had burly appearances, muscular frames and lean, glistening contours. They all remained silent, their gaze never leaving the peculiar-looking man. Felonius closed his eyes, sighing heavily as he made his way forward, excusing himself every time he accidentally brushed against the sides or arms of a sailor sitting at a table. The moment he could touch a wall again, he trembled out a sigh of relief and fled to the nearest bathroom, sitting on the toilet. The bathroom was crammed, barely able to fit a singular person, God forbid an entire crew of sailors. He dug into a hidden pocket on his robe, taking out a folded piece of paper. Before he departed for the docks, Cale had given him this piece of paper for him to read when he was alone. He unfolded it, scanning over the contents written in neat handwriting. The paper was actually a letter directed to him, focused on the task he had been given during yesterday's meeting. It detailed the exact occupations Cale was looking for, in precise detail. Apparently, the crimson-haired man needed governors who could ratify and veto certain bills and propositions, an agricultural professional who'd be able to make the right decisions for the crops of Seraphis Kingdom, tax collectors to enforce and maintain certain tax laws, and an alchemist, which he found peculiar. He folded the letter back up into his robe and leaned back on the toilet, looking up at the coral reef situated near the ship. "Hey, Tail, I need to shit," a deep voice called from behind the door. Felonius shot up from the toilet, bolting out of the bathroom without making even direct eye contact with the sailor. "I've sent one of our political allies back to their home to gather certain officials for our cause," Cale explained, folding his hands behind his back as he assessed the two emperors poised in their seats. Emperor Katsuki's hands hung behind his head, his armored legs splayed rudely on the table. He hadn't even acknowledged the tea that had been brought to him. Hearing Cale's report, the emperor arched an eyebrow. "Elaborate." Of course, Cale turned from the large, oriel window, back to the twin emperors. "I presume you've grown acquainted with Felonius over the months. If I recall, he was here for last month's meeting regarding the Indian Empire." Emperor Izuku nodded his head, sitting straight in his chair. His gaze never left the emperor across from him, always finding his absent-minded mannerisms quite rude. "Though, I wouldn't be too shocked if the emperor's way of sitting made him leave permanently." Emperor Izuku rolled his eyes, scoffing. "The emperor sits how he wants to sit, that's all you need to know in this room." Emperor Katsuki flaunted a teeth-baring smirk. "Anyways, leveraging the special connections we have, I dispatched Felonius back to his kingdom to pick up certain individuals, ones that would help us succeed on our goals of helping Seraphis Kingdom." Hearing this, Emperor Izuku felt an uncharacteristically irrational amount of suspicion. He arched an eyebrow and asked in a low voice, "Do you know the intelligence or skill level of those you've requested he picked up?" Cale looked towards Emperor Izuku, chuckling. "I've been your closest advisor longer than most people in this kingdom have lived and died. Yet, I find it offensive that you don't seem to trust my methods." He took a step forward, small sparks of crimson flames emanating in the center of his palm. The illusory sparks condensed into the shape of a wine glass, which he took a sip from. The liquid inside was also fiery in appearance, but it didn't scald the throat of the crimson-haired man. After Cale finished his beverage and tossed the wine glass to the floor, which disappeared into a fit of crimson and black smoke. What was that for? Izuku was more confused on the display than anything else. Cale's lips twitched into a faint smile as he explained, running a finger along the mottled contours of the table in front of him. "That wine is so potent it would send the average person, perhaps even seekers, into a perpetual state of drunkenness. If I can drink that wine and not suffer any effects, that proves I can't possibly be drunk when making any decisions for myself or for the betterment of the kingdom. Why would we assume you're drunk?" Emperor Katsuki sneered. Cale turned to Emperor Katsuki, clearing his throat. "Because your majesty likes to throw a party every few days. If I remember correctly, you threw a party when Hazel took her first steps." The blonde emperor's face flushed as he sputtered, pointing to the emperor opposite of him. It was his idea. But you still went through with it, did you not?" Cale leaned towards Emperor Katsuki smiling like a prowling animal shrouded in darkness. Half of the time I think it's Emperor Izuku who decides what happens in this kingdom. Get out, you crimson bastard. Emperor Katsuki bolted up from his chain, pointing to the large stone doors on the opposite end of the room. Kale held his hand to his chest, letting out a mocking gasp. Did I offend you? Calm down. Emperor Izuku's voice was a lot more calm, starkly contrasting the current mood of the other emperor. It was at this moment when Emperor Katsuki slumped his shoulders, plopping back into his chair as he pouted like a child. Whatever. Now noticing the emperor's scowl, annoyed demeanor, and immature behavior, Kale's smirk only widened as he tapped the emperor in the center of his brows, his voice dropping to a whisper. If you can show me you have some brains, I recommend doing it soon. The next morning I awoke to the sun streaming through the now opened curtains. Damien was standing by the window, peering out into the streets. It was also very cold since he had also opened the balcony doors. Shinso awoke beside me, rubbing his eyes as he let out a low groan. The hell? Damien, clad in loose pajamas, turned back to us with a small smile. The short boy with white hair walked over to the bed, shaking my shoulders. Wake up. There won't be any breakfast left if we don't get moving. At this moment, Shinso groaned again as he sat up in bed, grabbing his discarded shirt from the floor and slipping it on over his head. He looked annoyed to have been woken up at the crack of dawn, but in a sense, he was relieved to not miss breakfast. Me, on the other hand, slowly stood out of bed and approached the open window. You didn't have to freeze us to death though, I said with a small, deprecating smile as I closed the open doors. I suddenly felt a pair of small hands wrap around my horns. Damien had crawled onto my back, latching onto my horns to stabilize himself. I let out a small scoff, folding my arms over my chest. The horns are new. Damien smiled, running his hands along the rough surface of them. Where'd you get 'em? Doesn't breakfast close in 15 minutes? I changed the subject, making my way towards the door. Can you find some chicken for Mishu? Shinso asked, changing into some fresh pants. Mishu. I turned to face him, arching an eyebrow. He pointed to a small black cat sitting in the corner of the room, its large amber eyes fixed on the indigo-haired boy. It suddenly looked in my direction, but hissed the moment it caught sight of my horns. It reacted just like Shinso's cat in our original reality, showing some kind of fear towards me. Sure. My smile twitched as I turned away from the feline, my hand already wrapping around the door handle. As the three of us stepped into the hallway, the smell of breakfast already permeated the hallway. If we were on the second floor and could smell whatever was downstairs, it either was really strong, or the insulation and framework of this apartment didn't look as good as it did on the outside. Ayumi sat across from me during breakfast, her attention belied to the horns on my head. Ever since the blood moon, she had always seemed to have some sort of curiosity regarding my appearance, whether it was the horns or the wraith-like wings she had only seen once. Everyone else at the table also seemed curious about them, as I had gained them just last night. The bell over the front door rang as Catherine, Carter, and Aaron stepped through. The duo immediately looked at me, Catherine's expression sharpening. On the other hand, Carter looked more curious than anything. I know, the whole blood moon thing has changed me or something, I chuckled, futilely attempting to divert all the attention on me. Are you alright? Catherine sat down beside Ayumi, her expression never changing. I'm not feeling sick or anything, and I slept quite well, I replied, a small smile twitching up the corners of my lips. He came to be at 1 in the morning, wanting to talk to me about his dreams. Mr. Ryujin bit into a fried egg, speaking slowly as he chewed. Aren't you supposed to be on parole or something? Don't the pollinators want to charge you? Aizawa arched an eyebrow. Catherine let out a low sigh as she stirred her curds, bringing the spoon to her lips. Carter was silent for a few moments before speaking up. That's still happening, but they don't confine us to a cell or something, as they want humility and freedom to be the most constant symbol of this kingdom. An almost mocking smirk formed on his face. Judging by the way Carter explained it, he didn't feel resentment by this philosophy. Hearing this, Ayumi almost spit out her coffee, attempting to suppress a laugh. She struggled to swallow, but after she did, she immediately laughed. That's stupid, is it not? They let criminals run amok because they're pacifists. Both Catherine and Carter chuckled with Ayumi, but they both pulled up their sleeves in unison to reveal illusory green sigils engraved in their forearms. Upon seeing these symbols, Shinso seemed to immediately recognize them. They were the symbols of Mother Nature. These restrain our powers for the most part, Carter explained, huffing as he rolled down his sleeve. You guys are both skilled in your own right, don't they know you're talented even without your abilities? Shinso arched an eyebrow. The government enacted a new law that allows vendors to fend off stealers and thieves with violent means. Carter shivered, running a hand down his other arm. Pacifists, am I right? I chuckled, biting into a fluffy pancake. Lately it's been like that a lot. Ever since the Blood Moon, the Council of Seraphis Kingdom's been rolling out more acts than any in the last 20 years. The one I just mentioned happened only a few nights after the Blood Moon, Catherine explained. At this moment, Shinso seemed to remember something. He stood up, grabbing me by the arm and walking towards the door. Where do you think you're heading off to? Aizawa barked from the table, crossing his arms. Shinso's body froze as he turned back, gazing at the man with a slightly pale face. We need to buy chicken for our cat. You have a cat now? Ayumi asked, rolling her eyes. That's not important, we just need to buy some chicken from the market to feed it. You can, but you're not going alone. Aizawa stood up and pushed his stool in, stuffing his hands into the pockets of his trousers. The last time Isaac here wandered off, he was captured by a demonic creature and had to be hospitalized. You joined an organization and almost had Catherine and Carter sent to prison. If you're going anywhere, you'll need adult supervision from now on. God damn it, Shinso grumbled. The market district wasn't as crowded as I would usually see. There only seemed to be half the patrons, and half the stands. The snow crunched underneath our boots as we made our way through the snow. On both ends of the streets, there were a few feet in between each stall, which sold items like bread, milk, and vegetables. At this moment, Aizawa pulled out a list from his pocket that only stretched a few inches. On the list were a few items written in neat handwriting. He scanned over them for a few moments before looking back at us. We need bread, peas, and tomatoes. All right. Shinso's hands remained in his pocket as he scanned the market for items to purchase. Among the regular amenities like food, there were also homemade crafts, porcelain artifacts imported from a different empire, and even a few exotic animals. One of them looked like a mixture between a spider and a scorpion, with 8 legs, a cephalothorax, an abdomen, and a scorpion's tail just above the spinnerets. Another was a small white fox about the size of an apple. Though, these animals sold for prices as high as 500 lumen, which made Shinso's stomach drop. He felt a pang of curiosity as he approached the peculiar stand, arching an eyebrow. Where'd you get these animals? The vendor, an odd-looking man with curly hair, a stubble, and dark eyes, replied with a smile that showed all his yellow teeth. They come from the forests outside the Indian Empire. Shinso turned towards the small white fox. The animal was locked inside a cage, only given a bowl of water and some chicken, which it had already eaten down to the bones. Though the animal looked healthy and plump, its wide black eyes told a different story. When the vendor moved to pick up the cage, the small fox whined as it retreated to the farthest corner, its ears dropping down. This is a Riken fox, native to the forests and mountains of the Indian Empire's territory. At one point in time, an accidental convergence in energies merged both the humans that lived there, and the Riken foxes, birthing a new, exotic breed of human hybrids. He continued to speak, swiftly opening the lid of the cage and scooping the animal out with his burly hands. He held the small fox in his tight grip while the animal writhed and whimpered. When it opened its mouth to bite at the man's hand, Shinso saw it possessed no teeth. We selectively bred them so they wouldn't possess teeth, he explained with a smile. Shinso looked back at the discarded chicken bones and scoffed, folding his arms. Then how do they eat? The vendor reached under his stand, taking out a small apple slice. He held the apple slice in front of the Riken fox. At this moment, the animal's mouth opened, and a flurry of tentacles burst forth, coiling around the apple and dragging the fruit down its throat. Shinso watched the entire scene, taken aback. What did you breed that thing with? His face paled as he took a step back, his stomach lurching. How could such a cute and adorable creature have such an intimidating, almost disgusting features within its anatomy? The curly-haired vendor fell silent, scooting back in his chair. He put the Riken fox back into its cage and whistled softly. Another animal emerged from under the desk, dripping wet with a viscous fluid. It looked like a mixture between a squid and a fish. This hybrid animal could survive on land, as Shinso spotted the lung-like organs within its semi-transparent stomach cavity. This species of aquatic creature is native to the Plynage Sea. It possesses these tentacles due to evolution. Over thousands of years, fish and octopus have been native allies, helping each other by fending off each other's enemies. Shinso was somewhat familiar with this concept. He had learned about mutualistic relationships in his biology class. Before the vendor could keep speaking, Shinso was abruptly grabbed by his collar by Aizawa, yanking him away from the stand. The man's gaze was assertive, but it lacked any malice behind it. I walked beside them, carrying a single loaf of bread. Only one, Shinso scoffed, looking back at the stand which slowly faded amongst the others. The prices of bread have skyrocketed from what I've seen. It now costs 15 lumen to purchase a single loaf. It was only 3 lumen just 2 weeks ago. Damn, did you get the vegetables and fruit though? I shook my head, running a hand through my hair. For some reason it's also expensive. Some strange price hike has affected everything in the kingdom from what I've seen. A man suddenly ran past us, carrying a dozen loaves of bread in his arms. It didn't take even a moment to realize that he had stolen some bread. Get that bastard, a vendor cried. Before they finished their sentence, Aizawa was already on the move. He ran through the market faster than the eye could see. After landing a precise kick to the back of the man's knees, he tumbled to the ground, scattering the loaves of bread. What the hell? The man, a skinny man with multicolored eyes, a scratchy yet high voice, and tattered clothing stood up, facing Aizawa. I was just trying to feed my family. Aizawa shook his head, rubbing his glabella as he sighed in annoyance. But you didn't have to steal to get it. I got nothing, you hear me? The grains run so low we can't afford any bread. Aizawa looked back at me and the loaf in my own arms. I habitually clutched it a little tighter as I remained in my spot. At this moment, the entirety of my vision turned a deep crimson red, almost like blood. I could see the man's lower regions, though blurred, and it crackled with malevolent crimson energy. Was this the chaos instinct ability initially described? Why would it activate at such a moment? The disembodied voice of the umbrage suddenly called through my mind. The true effects of your potion digestion are coming through. These abilities may want to activate at random times, but it's only you that can suppress them. Alright, how do I stop this? The last thing I'd want to do is escalate this situation. My body tensed as I continued to watch the interaction between the thief and Aizawa. Isaac. Shinso's voice permeated my illusory surroundings. At this moment, everything dissipated into regular colors, gradually regaining lucidity. I snapped back to reality, glancing towards the taller boy with an expression of uncertainty. Aizawa continued to question the thief in the background. Are you okay? Shinso asked, looking down at me. I nodded my head, trying my hardest to maintain a calm expression. In reality, I was both dumbfounded and wary. Why did Chaos Instinct attempt to activate at that moment? Was it the potion's rebellion against me? It must have known I rebelled against its instinct the moment I drank it, so it tried to activate the effect on that thief. The potion must have tried to make the man go insane via the potion, some sort of punishment for stealing. But, wouldn't the apocalypse pathway not want such a thing? Concepts like justice and sanctity aren't neighboring, maybe even foreign to the concepts of the pathway. Why would the potion want such a thing to occur? That would contradict itself. I walked forward, my grip on the loaf loosening as I approached the thief and Aizawa. Aizawa looked like he was about to explode, while the scrawny man looked both terrified and mad for being tripped like that. At that moment, they both looked at me. Please, stay out of this. Aizawa's voice contrasted his facial expression, a lot calmer than I'd have expected. This was most likely because he was talking to me. If it had been anyone else, or someone he didn't know, he would have been a lot angrier. I took a deep, shaky breath as I looked towards the man who had stolen the loaves of bread. You said you're hungry, correct? His eyes widened as he nodded his head. His face flushed a little as he rubbed the back of his neck. All the grain's been too expensive for me and my family to afford. I had to steal it so they could have some lunch. I suddenly remembered the job I had taken a few weeks ago at Madame Fitzgerald's house. She had agreed to pay me for watching her son, but she had only delivered the funds about a week ago after recovering both physically and mentally from the trauma of the attack. I now had about 100 silver lumen at my disposal, and after some research, it equated to about a month's worth of groceries from the market. A small smile formed on my face as I turned back to look at our apartment in the distance. Wait here. Where are you going now? Aizawa crossed his arms, huffing. Don't worry, it's a short walk. Shinso will accompany me, right? I looked towards Shinso, who gave me a shaky yet assuring thumbs up. The man who had stolen the bread remained silent, but something in his eyes changed. He continued to look at us as me and Shinso left the market. Where did they think they're going? Why you get paid a fortune for babysitting a lobotomized child, and you want to spend it on bread? Shinso rubbed his glabella, groaning softly. Couldn't we move somewhere more comfortable with that? I shook my head, tossing a small pouch with the coins up and down in my hand. 100 silver lumen isn't all that much from what I've read in economic journals. Sure, it's above average, but it won't get you too terribly far. I approached the grain stand selling some bread. The owner was a plump woman wearing an apron, her hair descending in red curls. She looked towards the both of us with a smile, though I could immediately tell most of her attention was focused on the sack I was carrying. I'll take 2 loaves, I said, opening the sack and tossing her 10 of the silver coins. She caught them mid-air, chucking like a little child as she tucked them into a pocket on her apron. The lady then reached under the counter and took out 2 loaves of bread, placing them into a paper bag. Aren't you a sweetie? She took out another half loaf of bread, putting it inside the bag as well. You can also buy some jam, it's homemade from the barns from the south. She took out 3 jars. One of the jams was orange in color, peach jam. Another was cherry jam, and the last was strawberry jam. Each of them sold for 15 silver lumen. I almost gagged seeing the prices, but I forced a smile and only took the strawberry jam. Now, I just had to hope the thief or his family weren't allergic to strawberries or whatever ingredients were inside this. These are the Victorian times after all, who knows what ended up inside the jam. I slid over the corresponding amount and offered her a faint smile. Now, I only had 75 silver lumen left at my disposal. Hey, you're back. The thief smiled as he watched me and Shinso approach him, his eyes lighting up the moment he caught sight of the bread bag. Aizawa looked equally shocked, wondering how I had the money to buy that to begin with. It's on the house. I grinned, handing over the bag of bread. His scrawny hands dove through the bag, looking at both the 2.5 loaves and the strawberry jam. I'm gonna love this. Did you mean your family? Shinso arched an eyebrow. You said you had a family, did you not? At this moment, the thief's smile contorted. He couldn't help but stifle a chuckle as he turned around, before making a run for it. Ye bastards think I actually have a family. Ha! My fists clenched, and I began seeing red. The entire market seemed to contort with shadows and illusory images. My back rippled and pulsed with the energy of my wraith wings, threatening to tear them past my skin and unfurl them. I didn't know what to say, what to do. That bastard had lied and used me for my money. I felt a dreadful heat accumulate in my stomach, charring and malevolent. It was the Harbinger potion, sizzling within my body, fighting for control in the situation. It wanted me to act on instinct. Sure, I was fuming from the sudden betrayal, but I did have more than a quarter of my money left, so it wasn't that much of a financial loss. On the other hand, he had lied and deceived me into giving him some food. He was hungry, but something told me getting a job in Seraphis Kingdom isn't the hardest thing to do. Aizawa took a step forward, but I extended my arm in front of him, forbidding him from taking action. A small sigh left my lips as I shook my head. At least he's not hungry anymore. Shinso suddenly grabbed me by my arm, pulling me to a nearby stand. I caught sight of a small white fox locked inside a cage. Its eyes were wide and filled with fear. The clerk removed the cigar from his mouth and laughed out loud, sending smoke into the air. You got me another inbred creature. He pointed to the horns on my head, tugging on the foreign appendages with an iron grip. Let go. I yanked my head back, sending the man forward onto the table. The impact rattled the cage around the fox, causing it to quiver and whimper. The arachnid hybrid animal scurried under the desk, and the fish squid slithered back into its tank. Did anyone teach you not to touch other people without their consent? I brushed myself off, looking back at the man. The vendor scoffed, slipping his pipe back into his mouth. Another drag of smoke dissipated into the air as he spoke through the pipe's mouth. You wanna buy anything? I looked back at Shinso, rolling my eyes. Is that why you bought me here? To buy you a pet? The indigo-haired boy shook his head, his brows furrowing. Look at that, it looks so sad. Shinso whispered as he pointed at the small fox nestled inside the cage, still rattled from the collision. All the animals look sad. The small white fox slowly padded forward, letting out a low whimper as it placed its small palms around the bars of the cage, looking at me with wide eyes. I knelt down, meeting the creature at face level as I spoke softly so I wouldn't rattle it. How much is it? The vendor smirked as he replied. 75 silver lumen. Hearing the price, I arched an eyebrow. Only 75. That's about 5 jars of jam. I slowly picked up the cage, inspecting the animal more closely. If a small, rare-looking creature like this is priced as equally as a grocery run, what makes you think those other animals, who look uglier, are going to be bought? It's like buying a waste of space when you could buy food. It hurt my inside to say those words, but all of the animals looked terrified of this man. I loved all living creatures deep down, no matter how scary they were. Sure, I'm slightly scared of spiders, but it's all a beautiful creation, slowly evolved over eons of scientific progress. Listen, horny boy, you're not getting a discount. The vendor crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair and placing his feet on the table. I'm not asking for one. I looked towards Shinso, smirking. He is. As if sensing my motives, Shinso also smirked, tucking his hands into his pockets. Can I get a discount? He asked blankly. I said no. The vendor's eyes glazed over as his mouth fell slack. I'll take each of them for 3 lumen each. Shinso grabbed my pouch, fishing out the corresponding amounts. Yeah, sure. The vendor's voice was now eerily soft and compliant. When Shinso offered him the feeble amount, he smiled as he tucked them into his pocket. Following that, he grabbed the 3 animals and offered them to us. Here you go. Thank you, sir. I took the 3 animals, holding them to my chest. Shinso then looked at me, a look of curiosity crossing his expression. What do we do with them now? I looked past the borders of the kingdom where the evergreen trees became visible, an idea forming in my mind. After we had bought our bread and headed back to the apartment, I consulted Mr. Ryujin to assist us with this new task. He seemed taken aback the moment he saw the exotic animals inside my sack, but he knew the nature of our act was beneficial to these creatures. At about noon, we all set off. By now, the sun was hanging high in the sky, barely shining through the clouds that hang overhead. It hadn't snowed much in the past 2 weeks, but it surely had grown colder. In the past weeks I could go outside wearing my regular attire with a light coat, maybe even gloves if it looked nice. Now, it was so bitterly cold that the markets closed by the high of the day, either retreating into buildings for continuous selling or shutting down stalls entirely if their products would be susceptible to the cold. We were all dressed in approximately 3 layers of clothing, looking like total fools, but I wanted to ensure the animals wouldn't freeze to death. When we walked through the market district of Seraphis Kingdom, either end of the previously bustling street was now almost completely deserted. Even if we did see a person or two, they were bundled tight. So your plan is to set them free, remind me, Mr. Ryujin spoke up, his voice carrying a slight tremble from the cold. I nodded my head, ignoring the pestering stinging in my ears. I didn't have any way to cover them except my hair, which usually did the job for me. Now, it had gotten so cold that regular protection was futile. Due to the time period, I don't think earmuffs would be invented for another few lifetimes. Shinso had his hands dug deep in his pockets, which were trembling. Whenever any of us breathed, it sent a small trail of fog into the air. If we were to drink anything, it would most likely freeze over. When we ate lunch back at our apartment complex, we had to wait about 10 to 15 minutes for our drinks and food to thaw from the cold. Putting the bread into the kitchen oven was useless, as we'd most likely burn it again. We eventually reached the border of the kingdom, which was trademarked for its large iron gate. The border of the kingdom was the only thing separating it from the forest and mountains on the other end. Every so often, I'd hear yelling all the way from those outskirts, but I didn't know why it was there until we saw an entire garrison of troopers, all clad in orange and black armor, carrying muskets. From what I've heard, either through rumors or flat-out confirmation, they were from the Kachin Empire. A few troops from the garrison approached, gazing at us with speculation. At this moment, the white fox inside my bag writhed and whimpered, huddling against the other animals. Seeing this, one of the troops roughly snatched my bag, gazing inside at the animals. "We have pirates, Captain." "We're not pirates, I helped set these animals free. They were being sold by an illegal vendor in this very kingdom." Shinso protested, taking an authoritative step forward. The guards remained unmoved by this, their expressions as indifferent as their regard for Shinso's pleading. One of them took out a sharp wooden stick, pointing it at Shinso. "Interfering with this will result in punishment." The guards began to look through the bag, taking out the 3 animals in succession. The spider-scorpion hybrid clicked its fangs together as it swung its tail back and forth, trying feebly to break free, but the iron grip around its carapace prevented much movement to begin with. The fish octopus wrapped its tentacles around one of the guard's arms as the small pores on its tentacles began to secrete a black liquid. The liquid smelled of rotting flesh and decay, filling the air with a nauseating smell. The moment the black liquid touched the skin of one of the guards, they gritted their teeth to suppress a scream. The liquid was actually searing and burning their skin, sending a sickening aroma of charred flesh into the air. The rest of the men reacted quickly, grabbing the octofish by one of its flailing tendrils and sinking the wooden stake into the center of its forehead. Black and bluish blood spurted out from the wound, painting the snow below it like a macabre snow cone. The octofish's flailing, writhing body came to a rest with its limbs splayed out, unable to move as death washed over it. One of the men picked up the octofish's remains, and another brought over a wooden crate. "This'll deal with the remains," the garrison soldier said as he dropped the corpse into the box without a care in the world for its fragile body. They turned to face the scorpion-spider hybrid, which had begun to click and chirp louder, most likely in either protest or fear. "Kill that one too," a sudden headbutt sent them back falling to the snow and dropping their stake. I had butted them with my horns, though trying my hardest not to impale the guard with their edges. My goal wasn't to harm them directly, but to warn them and tell them to back off. The guard staggered up, their knees trembling. The moment they caught sight of me, their eyes widened as they tossed me the scorpion-spider hybrid. Take it," he cried out. "Huh, just like that." Feeling a pang of confusion, I looked back at the others and shook my head. The other guard holding the small white fox also reacted, handing me the animal as if my previous actions hadn't done anything negative to hurt the situation. I held both the animals in my arms, watching as they curled up in my grip. Every other individual at the border of the kingdom remained still, looking at me with terrified expressions. What were their deals? Why were they looking at me like that? I suddenly recalled my interactions with Harland before the asylum. The man had gazed upon me, terrified. Bertram, even while lobotomized, also couldn't help but show some fear, and fear was completely erased from his body. If these men showed such fear around me, it was most likely connected to the previous incidents, something either directly or indirectly related to the apocalypse pathway. I turned to the gate as a mixture of emotions coursed through me. Parting my lips, I licked them as I spoke. "Open the gate." At this moment, I also looked at the corpse of the octofish. "And give me that corpse." The rest of the forest was tranquil and calm, with heavy snow coating the spiny needle-like leaves of the evergreen trees. The snow under us has melted only a little, allowing us to traverse the landscape without raising our knees to our foreheads. Aside from the crunching of the snow under our boots, the only other sounds were our breathing. Shinso and Mr. Ryujin seemed both rattled and confused by what happened, gazing at me with wide eyes. I could feel their urge to speak, it was palpable. They wanted to ask me why the guards reacted like they did, but the words seemed trapped in their throats. I remained silent, walking forward with both the white fox and octofish corpse in my arms. "Are you gonna bury it?" Shinso finally asked. I looked back at him, nodding. "Yes." After saying that, I knelt down and began to claw at the snow, gradually digging a hole. The apocalypse pathway must have had something to do with my physical condition after all, as my stamina and endurance had increased by a small degree. Sure, I still can't run for miles without stopping, but I could surely dig this hole in a short period of time. As my fingernails touched the grass deep beneath the layers of ice-cold snow, I didn't care and kept digging, even if the dirt and grass would be lodged under my fingertips. "Isn't a shovel more convenient?" Shinso asked, walking over to me. I didn't reply as I kept digging the hole. In reality, I did know a shovel would be more convenient in this situation, saving me the grime under my nails, but it felt good for some reason. In those nights on the roof, staring into the stars and moon, it was then when I felt the deepest connection to nature. In the park when I would read, I always liked the gentle breeze, and I didn't mind when a cherry blossom drifted atop my open book. During my walks to school in the rain, I always loved the smell of the rain against the grass. It was earthy, enough to slightly brighten the gloomy and dark mornings. After the hole was completed, I didn't pay heed to my knuckles, which were now stained with dirt. Instead, I immediately grabbed the corpse of the octofish, lowering it into the pit I had created. Following that, I dragged the snow and ice around me, covering the hole in a matter of seconds. At this moment, my vision turned slightly hazy as a myriad of colors and scenes played before me. The thick snow covering the ground swiftly melted, revealing the countless blades of lush, green grass underneath. I heard birds chirping in the trees overhead, which were no longer pummeled under by the snow. Before me was a sparkling blue lake, reflecting the sky overhead with a rippled, mirrored visage. On the other side of the lake, I saw two figures. One of them was a man, burly and muscular in build. He was clad in nothing but a pair of pants, no shoes, no socks, and no shirt. Beside him wasn't another human, but a deer. The animal was bent over, drinking from the river. The muscular man's body was covered in ritualistic markings from what I could see, but they didn't look like tattoos. At this moment, both figures fell still and silent. The deer suddenly fell to the ground, writhing and contorting, letting out wanton screams and shrieks. The muscular man screamed in pain as he also fell to the ground, gripping his head with his arms and burying himself in his chest. Both of them exploded in fits of crimson blood and bodily materials. My eyes widened as I took a step back, tripping on a nearby branch. When I fell back and hit the grass, I was greeted by the bitterly cold snow. Shinso and Mr. Ryujin looked down at me, both extremely concerned. "Are you all right?" I let out a low groan, slowly sitting up and rubbing my eyes. The previously warm air snapped away, replacing itself with something more violent and tremulous. My breath came in slow gasps as I leaned back. I was actively passing out, and the blood moon charm wasn't doing anything. "Damn it!" I heard Shinso exclaim as my world seeped into darkness. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.